Chapter 4298. Just like that, Lin Ling brazenly beat up the young man on the street. In the end, the young man could only exhale and no longer breathe. Moreover, his mind was in a daze because he didn't understand why Lin Ling would beat him up. He didn't seem to have offended Lin Ling. "Where's your big brother? Tell him to come find me, or I'll throw you off the island," Lin Ling said indifferently as he lifted the young man. Everything he did was naturally to lure out the dragon spirit. He even wanted to steal the dragon spirit's identity and find out where the 8 god brush records were hidden in the spirit kingdom. Big pot, Jia is coming. The young man had already been beaten into a pig's head and couldn't speak clearly. However, Lin Ling still understood what the young man was saying. "Big brother, I'm coming." Therefore, Lin Ling also threw the young man on the ground and stepped on him. Then, he asked someone to bring a chair over and waited for the young man's brother on the street. "Who is this Huang Ling? She's crazy. I don't know, maybe he just came, but when the dragon spirit comes, he will definitely be in trouble." Yes, not to mention that Long Ling's status is higher than his. Even if Long Ling's status is the same as his, he is definitely not Long Ling's opponent. It seems like there will be new corpses outside the island. I'm afraid that even Huang Ling's subordinates will be killed. Around the streets, many people were discussing animatedly. They were so excited that they were already laughing loudly. They sat down in a nearby restaurant and waited for everything to happen. The people of Spirit Nation are about the same as the people of 9 states. But overall, they are slightly stronger than the people of 9 states. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu heard the voices around him and laughed mockingly. He slowly walked towards Lin Ling. At first, he was afraid that he would cause too much of a commotion and be noticed by the great gods of the Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the grandeur of this city. What happened on this street would obviously not alarm the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling waited quietly. Not long after, someone finally arrived on the street in front of him. It was a man in a white robe. He was very tall, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He also came alone, but his aura was very sharp. When he walked along the street, the people around him all made way for him. "So cold. Is he that dragon spirit?" Many people whispered to each other. After all, this city was too large. Not only were there many phoenix spirits, there were even quite a few dragon spirits. That was why they didn't recognize that man. "Brother." On the ground, the young man raised his head and fearfully shouted. "What a piece of trash." The man's long hair fluttered in the wind as he coldly glanced at his younger brother. The young man was so scared that he didn't dare to raise his head again. It could be seen that this dragon spirit was also very serious towards his younger brother. "Let my brother go." After a while, the man stood not far away from Lin Ling and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. He was also carefully examining Lin Ling's strength. However, he could only roughly tell that Lin Ling was a level 9 martial god. Since he was able to become a dragon spirit, he was already half a step into the deity realm. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine fetus that had reached the 5th grade. Therefore, he couldn't understand why such a weak person dared to provoke him. While he was observing Lin Ling was also observing him. This was because through this man, he could roughly understand the strength of the entire Spirit Nation. Overall, it was similar to what Lin Ling had imagined. It was also slightly stronger than the martial artists of the 9 continents. However, there were fewer people in the Spirit Nation, so it couldn't be compared to the 9 continents. That was all. "Sure, I'll let him go if you defeat me." Lin Ling stared at the sword at the man's waist and then said. He could tell that this man was a swordsman. "Defeat you? You have the guts to fight me with your strength. Forget it. If I win, I'll let you leave alive. However, all your subordinates will die." The dragon spirit nodded and placed his arm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stared sharply at Lin Ling like an eagle's eyes. He was looking for Lin Ling's weakness. He was a swordsman and was good at killing blows. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. The streets suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. The people stared at the dragon spirit who was standing upright like a pine tree and licked their lips. For some reason, they had a feeling that if the dragon spirit drew his sword, it would cause an earth-shattering change. Still not drawing your sword? You must be afraid. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly. The dragon spirit's eyes flashed when he heard that. He didn't understand why Lin Ling said that. After all, the dragon spirit was too calm in the face of a swordsman who was about to draw his sword. He even sensed that Lin Ling didn't put up any defense at all and seemed to intend to take his sword head-on. All of this was too strange. Although you're very powerful, I can tell that your mentality has changed. You have doubts and hesitations, so you haven't drawn your sword for a long time. Lin Ling said calmly, still sitting on the chair. A gust of wind blew across the street and blew the dragon spirit's long hair. His hand moved slightly and his sword swayed as if it was about to be drawn at any time. However, he still didn't draw his sword. That was because he had more and more doubts in his heart. He couldn't see through the man in front of him anymore. You are surprised why I want to fight you, right? After all, you and I have no enmity. Why would I, a little phoenix spirit, provoke you? In addition, facing your dragon spirit sword, I am still sitting there, quietly waiting for your sword to arrive. So, you are even more suspicious than before, although you are not suspicious. However, you're suspicious of me. You're afraid that you won't be able to win after you draw your sword, and I'll take control of the situation instead. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and his tone was as calm as ever. The onlookers in the surroundings noticed that something wasn't right. Because Lin Ling was too calm. Wasn't he afraid of being killed if he just sat there like that? Your heart is getting more and more chaotic. But remember, truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Sometimes, everything you see might be an illusion. So, you have to calm down and don't place too much importance on victory or defeat. That way, you'll be able to bring out your true sword. Lin Ling spoke again, and it was as if he was instructing the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit still didn't speak, so no one knew what he was thinking. However, the ripples in his heart were growing larger and larger. He was a swordsman and he was proud. He wasn't like ordinary cultivators who preferred to decide the outcome of a battle with a single move. Moreover, he placed great importance on victory and defeat. Since he was young, he couldn't allow himself to lose. He didn't want to lose in anything. His desire to win was too strong, just like his sword that revealed its sharpness. Originally, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. However, Lin Ling was too mysterious, causing him to lack confidence. That was why he hadn't drawn his sword. Chapter 4299. Clang. Right at this time, Long Ling finally drew his sword. A dazzling light appeared, actually illuminating the entire street. Countless people felt a chill that penetrated their hearts. It was as if the world was frozen. 1,500 rays of divinity turned into a swift sword that slashed towards Lin Ling. Other than Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu and Lin Ling, no one else could see through this sword. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu revealed a smile. Lin Ling was the same. The two of them didn't move. The sharp sword also passed through Lin Ling's body. After a while, everyone recovered. They stared at the street and trembled nervously. However, after they glanced around, they realized that the street didn't change at all. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling was still sitting on the chair with a smile on his face. The people around him were the same. They didn't suffer any injuries. This scene was too strange. They looked at the dragon spirit again. He resumed his posture of placing his hand on the sword hilt. His sharp eyes looked at Lin Ling. However, this time, there were obvious changes. However, at this time, a strand of hair by Lin Ling's ear finally fell down like snow and reached the ground. The previous sword only cut off a strand of Lin Ling's hair. The sword that suppressed 1,500 rays of divinity only cut off a strand of hair. This also showed how powerful the dragon spirit was. After all, such a powerful sword wasn't hard to cut through the sky. Your heart is indeed in a mess. It was just a probing sword. Are you afraid that after this sword you will lose? So you want to test my limits? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the dragon spirit's eyes flashed. He didn't speak. However, Lin Ling didn't need him to speak to know what he was thinking. The dragon spirit was too suspicious. He wanted to win beautifully. So before he had complete control, he wouldn't easily use his full strength. Because he didn't want to be controlled by others. To put it bluntly, this person was too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of being pedantic. You've won with this strike. Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. Why? This was also the first time the dragon spirit had spoken. Because I didn't do anything when facing your previous attack, nor did I defend myself. I just wanted to see how powerful your sword was. However, because you were too suspicious, you missed an opportunity. Lin Ling said. What? Dragon spirit's pupils constricted. Previously, when Lin Ling was sitting there strangely, he thought that Lin Ling had everything under control and was just waiting for him to jump into the trap. Therefore, his previous sword strike was also a probing strike. But who knew that Lin Ling didn't do anything? I don't know if this person is too daring or too stupid. If that sword had been aimed at you, you would have died. Long Ling whispered. Sometimes, life and death can be decided in an instant. I don't think that I will die. In fact, the chances of me dying are very small. This is my intuition. Lin Ling shook his head and slowly stood up. Boundary essence surged from his body and the second stage talent fusion appeared. Although using the second stage talent fusion in Spirit Nation was easy to be discovered, it was still better than using the Luai's real body. After all, Spirit Nation definitely knew that Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame and the Luai's real body. However, they might not have seen the second stage talent fusion. After the talent fusion, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Long Ling. His sword struck out like lightning. Long Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His pupils constricted and he could only see the flash of the sword. However, the sword did not strike down. Instead, it landed in front of Long Ling's neck. An icy chill quietly blossomed. The most terrifying thing was that this chill contained the might of Vajra. This was the power of Bodhi. When everyone saw Lin Ling pointing his sword at Long Ling, their eyes were filled with disbelief. What a fast speed! What a sharp sword! Who is this Huang Ling? Why is she so strong? The result today was clearly beyond their expectations. Long Ling's heart trembled. He could sense the terror of this sword. Huang Ling was so powerful? A swordsman should be decisive. Being indecisive is a taboo. You clearly had the chance to defeat me, but you missed it because of hesitation. From this perspective, you have lost. Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. Long Ling stood there quietly. He had the chance to defeat Lin Ling, but he missed it? By the time Lin Ling drew his sword, he was already powerless to flip the cards. A swordsman should be decisive. A shocking voice rose in Long Ling's heart. I've lost. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. This mysterious Huang Ling was very powerful and mysterious. Who exactly was he? I want your identity as Long Ling. Lin Ling still pointed his sword at Long Ling. He did not hide his purpose and went straight to the point. This was also the reason why he let Long Ling draw his sword first. Long Ling was a proud swordsman. Such a person could be assimilated, but the process would not be easy. The latter would definitely not submit to him. On the street, Lin Ling could not force it. Therefore, the only way was to make Long Ling submit from the bottom of his heart. In addition, Lin Ling was also a swordsman. Therefore, he knew what a swordsman valued the most. It was their sword Dao. Long Ling's sword Dao was not perfect and had flaws. Therefore, Lin Ling also taught him sword Dao. Of course, Lin Ling was also gambling. If Long Ling was loyal to Ling Nation's great god, then Lin Ling would lose. Of course, Lin Ling also thought of a way out. If Long Ling was stubborn, then he would ask Nanhua Fenyu to take action and work together to assimilate Long Ling. Who are you? Long Ling looked at Lin Ling and said, Trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling's voice could only be heard by the two of them. Moreover, he did not hide anything. Long Ling's eyes trembled when he heard this. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's name was well known in the Spirit Nation. It was said that he was one of the 8 new gods under the 4 great gods. He was an extremely famous and powerful figure in the 9 states. Long Ling had heard of him for a long time. Today was his first time meeting him. Moreover, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to come to the island. After all, the Spirit Nation had always been eyeing Lin Ling covetously. I can't help but admire your courage. However, how can you be so sure that I will give you the identity of Long Ling? Long Ling said word by word. His heart was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he felt lucky to be able to meet such a legendary figure. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling was also a swordsman. I also admire your courage to say such words in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly. However, his seemingly calm words carried a domineering aura. Then, he said lightly, because you have lost. Although I have lost, I did not agree to any of your conditions. You are overthinking it. Long Ling sneered. It is also because you are a swordsman. However, Lin Ling quickly added. His words made Long Ling's heart tremble. His eyes continued to flicker. Chapter 4300. You've won. The dragon spirit looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spoke calmly. He was indeed a proud swordsman. After losing to a swordsman like Lin Ling, he was willing to accept his loss. After all, the previous sword competition was not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of sword heart. However, the dragon spirit hesitated and did not believe in his sword. This violated the principle of the sword Tao. Moreover, he also knew why Lin Ling was so confident and dared to face his sword. It was because he was Lin Ling. Follow me. The dragon spirit then spoke to Lin Ling and strode forward. The crowd was confused when they saw this scene. However, they knew that the two of them were top experts. No one was qualified to ask what they wanted to do. Brother! The young man shouted as if he was worried about his brother. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He never expected that the mysterious phoenix spirit would defeat his brother. You go back first. The dragon spirit turned to look at the young man and suddenly smiled. The smile shocked the young man. His brother actually smiled? One had to know that his brother was obsessed with the sword Tao and did not care about the world. He cut off all friendship and everything with his sword. He had not smiled for 30,000 years. At this moment, the young man seemed to see the scene of him and his brother becoming stronger when they were young. I'll be back. The dragon spirit continued to move forward but left behind a sentence. Okay, I'll wait for my brother. The young man was extremely excited and his eyes were moist. He suddenly had a feeling that his brother's sword Tao seemed to have been sublimated and stepped into a new realm. Only such a brother was like the big brother who had protected him back then. Lin Ling noticed this and smiled. He did not know what the dragon spirit had comprehended, but he knew that the dragon spirit's realm was about to step into a new realm. The two of them arrived at a restaurant. The dragon spirit chased everyone away and then invited Lin Ling to sit down. Throughout the entire process, it was neither arrogant nor humble. It had the arrogance that a swordsman should have. Your sword is very arrogant, like a lonely peak. However, this sword has a flaw, and that is loneliness. Now, you seem to understand that the sword is all things. It can be a gust of wind, a grain of sand, or even a cloud in the sky. Lin Ling said casually after sitting down. That's right. I used to think that there was only the sword in the world, and nothing could move me. But now, I feel that everything is a sword, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. The dragon spirit said with a smile. He was originally gloomy, but his smile was quite clean. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, your sword Tao is different from many swordsmen. However, you have the heart of the sword and the principles of a swordsman. Because I am not a pure swordsman, but I am also a swordsman. Just like you said, all things are swords, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. Lin Ling picked up the wine pot on the table, poured a cup for the dragon spirit, and then said, although it was the first time he and the dragon spirit met, because of the similarity of their sword Tao, they had a feeling of regret that they had not met earlier. And this feeling was hard to explain. It was like an intuition. In fact, when Lin Ling first met the dragon spirit, he had this feeling. You should be here for the record of the 8 gods. After drinking a mouthful of wine, The dragon spirit laughed and Lin Ling nodded. The record of the 8 gods is in the core of the city, which is the Jiao Tong. At present, many experts are comprehending the record of the 8 gods, trying to find the next host of the world will. However, this record is more complicated than the one on the 7th floor, so over the years, the progress has been very slow. The dragon spirit continued. I wonder what experts there are in this city? Lin Ling asked. There are many experts, led by Lord Ning, the city lord of Yi-City, Han Xie, and other experts. At present, Han Xie is the only person who is most familiar with the record of the 8 gods. Moreover, other than Lord Ning, there is another god in the city, and his name is Emperor God Zhang. The great god of the spirit nation had a battle and was suppressed here. The great god of the spirit nation wanted this steel slayer god emperor to join the spirit nation. Emperor God Zhang? You know him? Yes. The dragon spirit was indeed worthy of his high status. He knew a lot of information which benefited Lin Ling a lot. What surprised him was that Emperor God Zhang was also here. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Emperor God Zhang was one of the few gods that Lin Ling knew. Back then, in the Starry Sky Forest, one of the 7 great forbidden grounds in the 9 regions, Lin Ling saw him awaken with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was in conflict with the Duan clan, and it was Emperor God Zhang who helped him out. Later, Emperor God Zhang came to find Lin Ling and told Lin Ling how powerful the scabbard on Lin Ling's back was. Now that Emperor God Zhang was trapped, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing. Does the spirit nation know about the record of the 8 gods on the 7th level? Then Lin Ling asked again. Yes, and it's not a secret in the spirit nation. That host is one of the 4 great gods, right? The dragon spirit nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. He thought that this secret was only known to him, but now it seemed that many people knew about it. All right, is there anyone from the 9 regions void in your spirit nation? Lin Ling asked again. Over the years, our spirit nation seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In fact, we have been attacking the strongest experts in the 9 regions. There are many of our people among you challengers. Moreover, in the spirit nation, there was a lord who said that you are also from the spirit nation. As the dragon spirit spoke, it looked at Lin Ling seriously. I am not from the spirit nation, nor am I from the 4 great gods. I am a man who fights for his family. Lin Ling smiled. Naturally, he knew why the dragon spirit said this. That was because Lord Ning had left a power of the spirit nation in his body, so it thought that Lin Ling was still under the control of the spirit nation. Wait, I will tell you the secret message of the dragon spirit's identity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the dragon spirit smiled and was even more curious about this legendary man. Lin Ling was extremely famous in the 9 regions void, no, even in the spirit nation. He was the idol of many experts of the younger generation and was also an indomitable hero. However, not many people had seen Lin Ling. He, Feng, had heard of him for a long time. Lin Ling had said that he was not from the 4 great gods, but a man who fought for his family. This made him understand that Lin Ling was also a responsible man. If you tell me your identity, what if the spirit nation finds out? Lin Ling also regarded the dragon spirit as a friend, so he asked worriedly. Chapter 4301. After he finished speaking, he imparted everything he knew to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I know you're here for the record of the 8 gods. However, be careful. There are many experts gathered on this island. One wrong move could affect the whole group. The dragon spirit stood up and said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded and watched the dragon spirit leave. Then, he drank his wine. If he wanted the record of the 8 gods, he would have to enter the spirit nation's lair. At that time, he would have to face countless experts. Moreover, he had to help Emperor God Zhang. This is more troublesome than I thought. At this time, Nan Wufenyu walked in and sat down. He drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Yes, the main thing is Emperor God Zhang. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that it wouldn't be difficult to get the record of the 8 gods. However, it wouldn't be easy to save Emperor God Zhang. You should save him. If it's just one thing, we can solve it and leave. Unfortunately, if it's two things, the spirit nation will be in turmoil. All the experts will come out and target us. Nan Wufenyu sighed. Although he didn't know Emperor God Zhang Gang, he heard that this expert was personally dealt with by the great god of the spirit nation. This showed the opponent's strength. Grandpa Treasure God, can you suppress Lord Ning? Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at Nan Wufenyu and asked. Yes. Nan Wufenyu nodded immediately. Good, Grandpa Treasure God will be in charge of restraining Lord Ning. I'll save him. Lin Ling stood up. Among the experts of the spirit kingdom that he knew, the only one he was wary of was Lord Ning. With Treasure God Nan Wufenyu restraining him, Lin Ling was confident that he could fight against the others even if they were strong. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Nan Wufenyu also stood up. He knew that the spy mission was over. Soon, there would be a storm in the spirit nation. Because he and Lin Ling, these two experts, would turn this place upside down. Giant Ghost, it's time to settle the grudge between you and Evil Ghost. Lin Ling turned to the Giant Ghost and said, Yes, it's time to settle it. The Giant Ghost also floated up. A hint of battle intent appeared in its fierce eyes. Lin Ling, I reckon that there might be something the evil spirits want in the notes of the 8 gods on this level. That's why Han Xie hasn't announced who the next host is. He wants to use the time to obtain the item in the notes of the 8 gods. The Giant Ghost looked at Lin. I'll leave it to you, Han Xie. Leave. Han. Lin Ling strode out of the inn. He knew that there was no time to lose. It was time to make his move. This was a special feature of the island. There were countless roads that extended in all directions. It was like a giant maze. These alleys were so big that one couldn't see the end of them. It was like a kingdom. In these alleys, there were people going in and out. They were all wearing white robes. They were like groups of guards. From time to time, they would make complicated seals. When a mysterious light appeared in front of them, they would continue to move forward. Obviously, even these people who walked in the alleys all year round would get lost if they didn't have the corresponding method. They couldn't fly through the sky, so they could only follow the alleys. Feng told me before that the record of the 8 gods is at the center of these alleys. At this moment, in a corner of the street, Lin Ling and the others stood in front of a road that led to the alleys. They frowned as they looked ahead. The layout of these alleys is like an ancient array. It's constantly changing. We have to be careful not to get lost. Nan Wufenyu nodded. My soul force is blocked. This array is really powerful. It seems like we can only use the corresponding method to enter. After Lin Ling checked a bit, he led the group into the alleys. Then, according to his memory, he made a complicated seal. The path in front of them became clear. Where this path led to, whether it was a dead end or not, all of this appeared before Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine that if the dragon spirit didn't tell Lin Ling the method to enter, they would have been trapped here. This way. Then, Lin Ling took the lead and moved forward. The journey was smooth, and they finally passed through the previous alley. However, there was another entrance to the alley. This was because the 9 alleys were like a huge spider web in the middle of the island, and there were a total of 999 entrances. At this moment, another group walked in. They were all wearing white cloaks and were even more mysterious. They expressionlessly walked to the left and gradually disappeared into the alleys. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Nan Wufenyu couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Ling's solemn expression. It's her. Lin Ling stared ahead with a complicated expression. When he saw Nan Wufenyu's puzzled expression, he said word by word, because I'm very familiar with a certain cultivation method that she cultivates. So, I'm sure that she's Luli Empress. Luli Empress? Nan Wufenyu was shocked. Could it be that she's already a member of the Spirit Kingdom? But why? Luli Empress's status in Eugene was not low. She was highly valued by Eugene. With her status and strength, there was no need for her to join the Spirit Kingdom. Because of me. Lin Ling clearly guessed something and solemnly said, because she wants to defeat me and Eugene can't help her with this. So, she joined the Spirit Kingdom and made a deal with them in exchange for more power. I see. It seems that the dragon spirit was right. Many of the 4 great gods have secretly joined the spirit nation. Nan Wufenyu exclaimed, shocked by the methods of the great gods. Right now, there are many who have secretly joined the spirit kingdom, but they are still hiding. Right now, the 9 continents is filled with vicissitudes. Lin Ling also sighed. He wanted to stop the world's will from destroying the world, but this was clearly very difficult, extremely difficult. Let's go. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing right now was to find the 8 gods' diary and the Steel Slayer Emperor. He led Nan Wufenyu forward through the alleys, turning left and right. After an unknown amount of time, the walls in front of them quietly changed color with a gentle white light. We've reached the core. The map left behind by the dragon spirit appeared in Lin Ling's mind, so his battle intent quietly boiled. Lin Ling, you go. If there are experts coming, I'll stop them for you. Nan Wufenyu said to Lin Ling, his body also emitting battle intent. Grandpa Treasure God, be careful. If the Steel Slayer Emperor is rescued, remember to bring him away. If I don't come out, then don't worry about me. Lin Ling said, then left through the alleys. Chapter 4302. Looking at Lin Ling, who was walking along the ancient wall that was emitting white light, he knew in his heart that the map that Maple had left him had reached the limit, because Maple had not gone through the rest of the road. Putting on a white cloak, Lin Ling's pace did not stop. Who is it? Just as he turned the corner, 3 people wearing white cloaks suddenly walked out from the wall. They looked at Lin Ling suspiciously and said in a low voice, "Who is approaching the Cool Wood Palace?" So this core was called the Cool Wood Palace. However, Lin Ling did not speak, and looked at them indifferently. Kill! Kill! The 3 people spat out killing intent, and like a gust of wind, they flew towards Lin Ling at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang! However, Lin Ling still stood in place, and stretched out his palms, and then clapped them left and right, and then blocked above his head. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people's joint attack was blocked, and one of the old hands was caught by Lin Ling. This person was the last to attack, but Lin Ling also blocked his attack. Moreover, his palm was caught by Lin Ling, and he felt a terrible power surging towards him, as if it was going to burst his palm. But Lan Langjun. Kill! At this time, white light flowed out of the light wall, and this white light seemed to rush out of the water, and then turned into a white divine dog half the height of a person, and then quietly turned into a human. This person was also wearing a white robe and a cloak, and was very mysterious. Yes. Kill. Lin Ling also replied indifferently. Although he did not know who this Lan Langjun was, he wanted to sneak into the Cool Wood Palace, so he had to randomly identify him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're really slow. Could it be that a beautiful woman came to the island and made you forget to go back? Kill. Hearing Lin Ling's words, that person suddenly laughed, but also cautiously said, your dragon spirit's secret language? Kill. Hearing this, Lin Ling secretly cursed, because every dragon spirit's secret code was different. If this person was very familiar with that idiot called Lan Langjun, then he would definitely know that he was a fake. But now that things had come to this, Lin Ling had no choice but to bite the bullet. He used his realm essence to carve out complicated runes in front of him. Fortunately, the person in front of him could only recognize the dragon spirit's secret language. He couldn't recognize Lan Langjun's dragon spirit's secret language. Therefore, he didn't suspect Lin Ling. Instead, he was much more polite to Lin Ling. Let's go, Inagami has been waiting for us for a long time. After which, he took the lead and walked forward. The others cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling before following after him. Thank goodness. Behind them, Lin Ling secretly nodded. Although he also knew that if he wanted to obtain the 8 gods' notes, it would be unavoidable for a big battle to happen, but it was obviously better for this kind of big battle to happen after obtaining the notes. Following these people, they arrived in front of a light wall. The person transformed by the white dog suddenly spat out the spirit nation's language. After those runes formed by realm essence smashed into the light wall, the light on the light wall immediately receded like a tide. Next, the 4 people strode forward. Cool Wood Palace, this is my first time here. If not for Brother Inagami leading the way, we wouldn't know how to get in. Brother Inagami has been to the palace several times, and he is second to none among the dragon spirits. The three people following behind seem to be very excited. After all, without the permission of the people in the Cool Wood Palace, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter. Even dragon spirits couldn't. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ling nodded slightly and expressionlessly entered the light wall. The interior of the light wall was no longer filled with alleys. Instead, it was more like a huge garden with divine trees everywhere. Lin Ling even saw a few indigo spirit flowers planted in the flower bed. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the color was somewhat different. It seemed to be the ordinary type of indigo spirit flowers. But thinking about it, they were also very precious, as they could greatly improve a martial artist's talent. That is a copper-rich fruit. And that is a luo wang tree. I didn't expect this garden to be a treasure trove. Lin Ling's eyes under the cloak were looking around, and his heart was also shocked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the divine flowers and divine fruits in this garden were rare existences in the 9 continents. If not for Lin Ling having his own purpose, he really wanted to rob this place clean. Following the 3 people all the way, Lin Ling also noticed that the direction had changed, because according to his estimation, the 8 gods' records were at the core, but these 3 people were walking to the side, obviously to see the dog god. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to separate from these people. A golden flame floated out, falling on the last 2 people, and instantly burned them. "You Lan Langjun, what are you doing?" This sudden change was also noticed by the 2 people in front, and they both turned around, their faces full of shock. The person who led Lin Ling in at this moment took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face, and angrily shouted, "Lan Langjun, I already knew that you wanted to betray the dog god, so it is true. Don't tell me you want to worship the newly promoted holy spirits. Have you forgotten how well the dog god treated you? Really? Lan Langjun, you are ungrateful." The other person also scolded. Lin Ling was speechless. Until now, these people still did not know that he was an imposter. However, he already had the intention to kill, so let these 2 people die knowing. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing his original appearance. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to hide his aura from these people. Unless he took off his cloak, these people would not be able to recognize him. "I am not Lan Langjun." After taking off his cloak, Lin Ling said coldly, "I know, you have changed. You are not the Lan Langjun of the past. You changed too quickly." However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the 2 people still thought that Lin Ling was Lan Langjun, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense. Crackle. One must know that before he went to Eternal Kingdom, he could already defeat a dragon spirit expert, let alone now. The person who was being ravaged by the lightning let out a painful cry, and was finally ravaged into powder. "Lei, you are not Lan Langjun." The last person finally reacted. "When did I say that I was? However, you seem to know a lot of things. Become my citizen." Lin Ling sneered, controlling the human king's flame to drown this person, but this person's strength was amazing. He actually turned into a white divine dog, as if sinking into water, slowly disappearing into the ground. "Wanna leave?" Seeing that the other party was able to rush out of the control of the human king's flame, Lin Ling also cut the weeds by the roots. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Puchi. Under the ground, blood spurted out, and Lin Ling sensed that this person's life force had dissipated. Chapter 4303. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Gradually, a huge square entrance appeared in front of him. Judging from the appearance of the entrance, it seemed to lead to the underground. However, Lin Ling estimated that he was now close to the center of the island. Therefore, it was very likely that the record of the 8 gods was in the underground palace. Without further ado, Lin Ling immediately moved forward. However, at this moment, a hissing sound was heard, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a blue snake as thick as an arm hanging above the entrance of the underground palace. It looked at Lin Ling and flicked its tongue. Its eyes seemed to have a spirit. Swoosh. The next moment, the blue snake shot over. Its speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of 100,000 worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. However, since he had practiced martial arts until now, he had already fought countless battles. Therefore, he subconsciously raised his sword to block the attack. Then, a crisp sound was heard, and a powerful force pushed Lin Ling back. The grass on the ground splashed in all directions like arrows. This beast is so powerful. Wow! Lin Ling was shocked. He could feel that the blue snake, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, had a physical strength of 300,000 worlds. Could it be that this was an archaic species? Moreover, the blue snake was also a spirit. After its first attack failed, it took a detour to attack. Like an arrow, it flew past the tyrannical song sword and shot toward Lin Ling from the side. Luai's real body. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Ling grew a pair of wings on his back, and the power of lightning bloomed all over his body. Crackle! When the blue snake approached Lin Ling, it was immediately ravaged by the white lightning. Its whole body twitched and its speed slowed down. However, the snake was also powerful. It was not killed by the lightning. After retreating, it disappeared in the garden. Lin Ling knew that the blue snake hadn't left yet. It was looking for a fatal blow, so Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time with it. Everything was set on finding the record of the 8 gods. Immediately, he flew towards the entrance of the underground palace. When the blue snake saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, it immediately revealed itself and pounced towards Lin Ling. In midair, the snake's body, which was originally as thick as an arm, suddenly changed. The snake's head actually became more than 10 meters wide and bit towards Lin Ling as if it wanted to devour Lin Ling. Bodhi Vajra! Lin Ling roared angrily. A green light appeared on his left hand. Vajra descends. Rumble! A palm hit the huge snake's head, forming a terrible storm of power. The entire Coldwood Palace seemed to be shaken. The huge blue snake was also sent flying by Lin Ling's fierce palm. Looking at Lin Ling, he used the momentum to rush into the entrance of the underground palace. After arriving, Lin Ling didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. He estimated that the previous turmoil had attracted the attention of some people. Pay attention. Damn snake. If I wasn't pressed for time, I would have cut you in half with my sword. Thinking of the blue snake from before, Lin Ling secretly cursed. The passages in the underground palace also extended in all directions, but they weren't as chaotic as the alleys, so they couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Moreover, the passages and corridors also had many barriers and mysterious monitoring methods, but they were still ineffective against Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could be called a god. Naturally, it was easy for him to crack other people's divine abilities. What happened? Instead, there was a voice in front of him, followed by a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, several experts appeared in front of Lin Ling. Liang Palace, what happened? When these people saw Lin Ling, they immediately frowned and asked. Their strength was at the peak of the martial god realm, and they had divine fetuses below the 5th grade. Someone has invaded Liang Palace. My lords, please go and take a look. Yes. Lin Ling said without hesitation. Let's go and take a look. Yes. These people didn't think much. They passed by Lin Ling and immediately rushed into the distance. Crackle. However, just as they passed by Lin Ling, a violent thunderbolt wreaked havoc in the entire corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The people from before also fell down one by one, killed by the thunderbolt. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He continued to move forward because he knew that after the battle, these people would definitely come to stop him. So, he killed as many as he could. The same thing happened again. Without a doubt, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling gradually reached the core of the underground palace. A huge hall began to appear in front of him. The hall was filled with white light, and it gave off a sacred and majestic feeling. Lin Ling, I sense the evil spirit. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost, who had been silent all this time, said anxiously, also, he has sensed me. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide anything. The records of the 8 gods have arrived. Lightning and fire appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. He sped up and shot toward the hall in the distance. At that moment, the grand hall was filled with people. They were all looking at an ancient stone tablet that was 10 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many complex inscriptions carved on it. There were also a few people scattered around the stone tablet. Mysterious inscriptions floated in front of them as if they were comprehending something. Ancient divine language floated out of their mouths. It was obvious that they were comprehending the records of the 8 gods. There was a rumble just now. It seems that something has happened in the Liang Palace. Someone suddenly said. His words caused the grand hall to become inexplicably silent. Also, the people I sent to investigate have all disappeared. It's very strange. I'm afraid that someone has broken into the underground palace. Someone else said. The people we sent should be dead. The person who broke in is very powerful. There are so many gods on the island, but he managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. He must have a powerful background. A cold voice rang out. It was a tall woman, and her words seemed to have absolute authority, causing many people to look at her with a hint of reverence. This was because she was the Spirit Nation's new divine spirit, Luli Empress. No need to guess. I know who he is. Luli Empress had just finished speaking when a man whose entire body was transparent, even his hair was transparent, laughed coldly. He suddenly looked at the surrounding entrances and said slowly, Trial taker Lin Ling is here. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire grand hall seemed to explode. This was because everyone in the Spirit Nation knew of this legendary figure. It was said that this person was one of the 8 new gods. Even the great gods of the Spirit Nation knew of this name. Therefore, they would never have thought that this legendary hero would actually come to the island and barge into this place. As expected of the representative of the 9 states, Lin Ling, an old man said with admiration. He recalled how Lin Ling had interrupted the revival of the great gods in the Spirit Nation in the Spirit Light City. He knew that this was one of the 4 great gods. Lin Ling. Luli Empress's eyes trembled. She was shocked by Lin Ling's terrifying strength. Chapter 4304. The man held a huge sword in his hand, and an evil spirit floated on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with evil charm as he looked at everyone. Under his gaze, as long as one was weak, they lowered their heads. Their hearts were like thunder, roaring unceasingly. They all guessed that this person should be Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name was too sharp. For many people, they had heard of him for a long time, and today, they finally met him in person. Moreover, they did not expect Lin Ling to arrive at the main hall so quickly. Long time no see, Han Xie. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a symbolic blue and white robe. New God Lin Ling. In the crowd, Han Xie already knew that Lin Ling had arrived, so he stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile. His eyes were bloodthirsty. At the same time, Luli Empress also looked at Lin Ling compared to Han Xie's evil smile. Her face was full of shock. Luli Empress, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Lin Ling also looked at Luli Empress, and the killing intent and battle intent in his eyes were boiling. It was because he had 2 enemies here. Indeed, I didn't expect it. After all, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Moreover, even if you can enter, finding this island in the sea is like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone reaching the underground palace. Luli Empress said with a smile, Of course, if it was someone else, I would definitely think that it was a dream. But for you, Li Xiaoyao, anything is possible. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, her body exploded with boundary energy, and the entire underground palace shook. It was time for her and Lin Ling's grudge to end. Lin Ling, give me your life. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Luli Empress had already made her move. She turned into a cloud of black smoke, and quickly shot towards Lin Ling. In midair, a claw appeared, showing off its sharpness. Luli Empress. Thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling. The 8 wings made him look like a thunder god. With a slight movement, he disappeared from the spot. With a sword in hand, It was as if he owned the world. The two seemed far away, but in the blink of an eye, they clashed. Rumble. At the center of the large hall, two figures were anxiously fighting. Their bodies were surrounded by a sea urchin-like ripple of world essence. It was extremely terrifying. Crash. Large amounts of rubble rained down from the roof of the main hall. However, the main hall was filled with a white light and was incomparably sturdy. After all, this place was protected by the records of the 8 gods. Naturally, the defense was incomparably strong. It was personally set up by the great god of the spirit kingdom. Seeing the two of them clashing, the gods of the spirit nation looked extremely serious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Luli Empress's speed was incomparably fast, as if darkness had invaded. Her claws were shining with the light of a black lotus, and she kept suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was retreating. However, as he waved his sword, it was as if the wind and rain could not penetrate it. Therefore, although he seemed to be retreating, he was actually safe and sound. Li Xiaoyao died. Suddenly, Luli Empress appeared behind Lin Ling, and a claw viciously swiped at Lin Ling. The claw was like a blooming black lotus, very mysterious. Looking closely, there were two Luli Empress, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Lin Ling. Not only was the claw fast, but the divine energy was also incomparably ferocious. It was the black divine energy, as if it was the first darkness in the world. Bang! Lin Ling did not have time to react. His back was immediately hit by the claw, which made him feel as if he had been attacked by lightning. However, before this feeling faded, another claw came from his chest. With a bang, Lin Ling's body began to fly backward. Li Xiaoyao, the fetters of our previous life, and the grudges of this life, should be settled. As Lin Ling was flying backward, suddenly, a huge palm came from above Lin Ling's head. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. At the moment of collision, his white lightning on the sword spewed out in all directions. However, just as the huge palm collided with the sky, another claw came from behind and hit Lin Ling again, causing blood to flow from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Li Xiaoyao, there is a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you barged in. At the same time, 3 shadows of Luli Empress appeared and surrounded Lin Ling. These shadows had the strength of the peak of the martial god realm and were incomparably terrifying. This holy spirit is so strong. Seeing Luli Empress storm-like attacks, everyone was scared pale. They finally understood why the spirit nation valued Luli Empress so much. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling was blasted backward and smashed into the wall in the distance, causing the white light on the wall to ripple like water waves. When Lin Ling was first sent flying, Luli Empress used the divine battle technique. In a short period of time, she attacked 356 million times. Lin Ling was simply unable to fight back. Han Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. He obviously did not expect Luli Empress to hate Lin Ling so much that she used such a terrifying killing move the moment they met. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a roar. A huge door suddenly appeared behind Luli Empress, who was standing on the ground. Then, the door slammed into her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? That's Lin Ling? Everyone was shocked. First, they looked at the wall in the distance and saw that the white light was still rippling like water. Then, a human figure appeared. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Then, they looked at the position where Luli Empress was standing before. There stood a man, holding a sword with both hands and swinging it as if he was swinging a huge axe. Of course, this figure was like a reflection on the surface of the water. It gradually blurred and finally disappeared. It was an afterimage. They saw that above Luli Empress, who was sent flying, a figure appeared. He swung a huge sword that was as big as a door and slammed it down. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as if he was a god who created the world. Boom! When the ferocious sword slammed into Luli Empress, she was smashed to the ground. She even bounced a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood again. A huge crack appeared on the white light curtain on the ground. It was at least 10 meters wide. Kakaka. However, There was a sound immediately. The 10-meter-wide crack sank again. It gradually reached 50 meters and finally 100 meters. The appearance of such a white crack was like a huge spider web. It was undoubtedly very dazzling in the majestic palace. Ah! The deities of the spirit nation exclaimed. This was because the divine light that the deities of the spirit nation had set up was also cracked. Lin Ling's attack power was too terrifying. Bang! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling floated down from a corner of the palace. He wiped the blood from his mouth and revealed a cold smile. Chapter 4305. That can't be. Could it be that the previous intense battle was just a warm-up? Just a warm-up and they're already so ferocious. If they were to really fight, I'm afraid this island would be destroyed. Moreover, Luli Empress had suppressed Lin Ling and left Lin Ling in a difficult situation. But very quickly, Lin Ling returned the favor. TSK, they're evenly matched. Of course, they're the 8 new gods of this generation. The experts of Spirit Nation exclaimed as they felt that their horizons had been broadened. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, Han Xie clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful, wonderful. In today's 9 states, other than the 4 great gods, the 8 new gods are the strongest. Therefore, to be able to see the battle between the new gods has benefited me greatly." Only he knew that the previous confrontation between Lin Ling and Luli Empress was, in fact, just a warm-up. Perhaps it could be said that they were probing each other. It wasn't a real battle to the death. Moreover, the injuries they suffered were only minor injuries. Because Han Xie knew very well that the 2 of them were definitely not as weak as he had imagined. Lin Ling, you spent so much effort to come here for the record of the 8 gods, right? Subsequently, Han Xie looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled as he looked at the huge stone tablet behind Han Xie. Unless I'm lost, I'm probably here for that thing. Straightforward, I like honest people. But do you think you can obtain the record of the 8 gods in front of so many experts of Spirit Nation? Han Xie was still smiling. He played with his fingernails and said, "Perhaps, if you can't obtain the record of the 8 gods, you might die here. Perhaps I'm a person who likes to court death. Anyway, if you don't try, how do you know if you'll succeed?" Lin Ling shrugged and said casually, "Then go ahead and try. Now, you can make your move because the record of the 8 gods is right behind me. I guarantee that I won't stop you." Han Xie stared at Lin Ling, his battle intent boiling. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to escape today. Not to mention Luli Empress and him, the sacred spirit, even Lord Ning wouldn't let Lin Ling leave Spirit Nation. There were only 2 choices left for Lin Ling. One was to join the Spirit Nation. 2 die. Come, if you want the record of the 8 gods, I can give it to you. Then Han Xie walked to the record of the 8 gods, as if he was righteous enough to give of the record of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling didn't move. Instead, he furrowed his brows. "Ha, trial taker Lin Ling, you were so domineering in the past. You were famous in Jianghu and Spirit Nation. But now, you've become so timid. Is this still Lin Ling?" Seeing that Lin Ling didn't move, Han Xie suddenly laughed wildly. The other deities of Spirit Nation sneered. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength, they also knew that since Lin Ling had come to Spirit Nation's lair, he wouldn't be able to return. "I'm just waiting." While everyone was laughing, Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical song sword and retracted the Luai's real form, returning to his original appearance. However, this made everyone think that Lin Ling had given up and didn't dare to move. Wait, what a nice way to put it. At this time, Luli Empress also said, Li Xiaoyao, I know you too well. You're not waiting. Instead, you're estimating the strength of both sides and whether it's worth it. Unfortunately, you've estimated that with so many of us here, it's impossible for you to get the record of the 8 gods. You know that outside the underground palace, Lord Ning should be on his way. So, you're just waiting because you're afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and remained silent. Lin Ling, stop trying to be mysterious. I've said that the record of the 8 gods is right there. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Let's see if you dare to take it. If you keep silent, it doesn't mean that you'll be safe. Han Xie also smiled and said calmly. Then, seeing that Lin Ling still didn't move, he knew that Lin Ling didn't dare to make a move. So, he decided to make a move. However, just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the underground palace and shook the entire island. The Liang Palace was shaking. Large amounts of rubble fell from the roof of the main hall, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? Luli Empress frowned, because the previous explosion made her realize that it was an attack from a god. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. It could be said that the entire island had been destroyed. However, the explosions didn't stop. Instead, they grew louder. The entire island was in chaos, as though it was facing an apocalyptic catastrophe. At almost the same time, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. On his body, the first stage of the innate talent fusion quietly appeared. Countless tentacles swayed behind him, as though a demon had descended from the underground palace. I've been waiting for him. A furious roar erupted from Lin Ling's mouth. Lin Ling shot towards the eight gods' celestial palace, his speed incomparably fast. At this time, Han Xia also woke up from the explosion. He looked around and immediately saw a monster pouncing towards the record of the eight gods. How dare you! He roared and rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already fused the innate talent fusion, so a dragon claw swept over. Han Xie didn't even have to use his full strength, so a dragon claw easily smashed into his face. His face contorted, and he was sent flying. As he flew backward, he glared angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, will gladly accept your gift. Lin Ling didn't stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards the record of the eight gods, then slammed the giant ghost on his shoulder into the stone tablet. Giant ghost, leave them to me. Lin Ling, thank you. The giant ghost blended into the stone tablet like a tadpole, causing the entire stone tablet to shake. When Lin Ling said to wait, he was indeed waiting. However, he was waiting for Treasure God Grandpa to make a move. Because once Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu made a move, it meant that he was already suppressing Lord Ning. At that time, Lin Ling could also make a move. Lin Ling's enemy wasn't Lord Ning, but the group of people in the underground palace. Moreover, with Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu's interference, all the experts on the island were attracted, which gave Lin Ling enough time. Therefore, he was waiting for this moment, for Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu to blow the battle horn. A bloody battle with the Spirit Nation, now under the battle horn, had completely kicked off. Han Xie, stop him immediately. He wants the will of worry in the stone tablet. A giant ghost floated out from Han Xie's body and roared at Lin Ling. This evil ghost obviously sensed something. Chapter 4306. On the stone tablet, Lin Ling revealed a smile. After his dragon claws danced slightly, he looked at the sky and slapped out. Rumble. When his palm slapped out, Han Xie's figure also appeared. He punched out, maintaining the posture of colliding with Lin Ling's palm. Thump, thump. However, the strange thing was that Lin Ling felt his heart beating violently. The frequency was so fast that it actually reached 100 million beats per second. This was also a terrifying frequency. If an ordinary person's heart beat so fast, their body would have already exploded. However, Lin Ling had the dragon heart, which was incomparably tough. You want to shatter my heart? Unfortunately, your strength is still a little weak. Bang. Behind Lin Ling, a huge tail swept out like a large knife. If one looked carefully, this was a sharp dragon tail. Seeing this, Han Xie had no choice but to dodge the attack and retreat. His expression was ferocious. He knew that he had been tricked. Because Lin Ling did not come here alone. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Kill. While retreating, Han Xie also shouted at the crowd. Everyone also reacted, and all of them erupted with powerful jieyuan. Then, they looked at Lin Ling who was on the stone tablet and pounced. Profound book. Bang. An old man waved his right hand, and bamboo slips turned into stairs, sweeping towards Lin Ling. These bamboo slips were extremely powerful, layer upon layer, as if forming a winding path to heaven around Lin Ling. Little Kunlun, go. Bang. Lin Ling stood on the stone tablet, majestic. He stretched out his left hand, and a black tide surged out, then turned into countless vines that surged out. Rise. Bang. When the old man saw this, he opened his hands and the heavenly road around Lin Ling dispersed, turning into bamboo slips that fluttered in the air. It was a very beautiful sight. What a powerful divine fetus. Lin Ling knew that he could no longer hold on to the stone tablet, so he leaped up and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Killing intent and demonic aura roared as he pounced towards the old man. This was because he could sense that the old man's divine embryo was not weak, reaching the 6th rank. Moreover, there was a rhythm of the great Tao that seemed to draw one into the world of the Sea of Books. However, the old man's body was not strong. Clang, clang. The tyrannical song sword danced in the air, cutting down the incoming bamboo slips. At the same time, Lin Ling arrived in front of the old man in an instant and slashed down with his sword. This divine embryo of yours is very remarkable, but are you really so strong? When the old man heard Lin Ling's cold voice, his pupils widened, because his divine embryo was indeed very strong. However, he was not comparable to the other martial god realm experts. His body was very weak, even weaker than an ordinary person. Blood gushed out as the old man was cut into 2 halves. Kill him. Looking back at Han Xie, he had already reached the stone tablet. The evil ghost appeared in his right hand, and then he ruthlessly slapped it into the record of the 8 gods. The record of the 8 gods contained the will of worry. This was a will that was sealed in the stone tablet, so it had no consciousness, but it could be devoured by other wills. Originally, the evil ghost had wanted to devour it, but it was cautious, so it slowly comprehended it. After all, it did not expect Lin Ling to bring the giant ghost to this island. Now that the giant ghost had entered the stone tablet, it had no other choice but to fight with all its might. Giant ghost, it's up to you. Lin Ling knew that he could not hold on to the stone tablet, so the battle inside the stone tablet depended on the giant ghost. Lin Ling, give me your life. A transparent palm slapped down. Han Xie had made his move. This person had 2 innate talents, and his divine embryo had reached the 8th rank. He was about to have the divine embryo of a mid-god. In addition, his cultivation realm was that of a low god, and now he had unleashed all his strength to kill Lin Ling here. In addition to this expert, Luli Empress was also eyeing Lin Ling covetously, so now he was facing an ambush from all sides. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's sword collided with Han Xie, and his heart was immediately affected, beating 10 billion times in an instant. His heart being affected by Han Xie had undoubtedly weakened Lin Ling's battle strength. Almost at the same time, 6 figures arrived on black lotuses. At a closer look, these 6 figures were all wearing different clothes, but they all looked the same. It was Luli Empress. Now she had activated all 6 divine embryos, and she did not hide her cultivation anymore. She had unsealed her seal and reached the early stage of a low god. She obviously knew that if she did not use all her strength when facing a formidable enemy like Lin Ling, it would be underestimating Lin Ling and hurting herself. Rumble. Lin Ling was affected by Han Xie's heart and could not move at all. When Luli Empress's powerful attack arrived, his body immediately trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble. Deafening noises were constantly heard, and the entire hall seemed to be about to collapse. So powerful! Does 2 new gods have to join forces to suppress Lin Ling? The surrounding experts looked solemn as they searched for a fatal blow. Holy Spirit, let me help you! The more powerful people also attacked, and powerful divine energy blasted Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling was suppressed by Han Xie and Luli Empress, and now he was powerless to resist. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling's body exploded and turned into countless pieces of black flesh and blood. He's dead. This scene caused everyone's pupils to dilate. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the current generation, had fallen? They were in disbelief because Lin Ling was too powerful. How could he die in front of them? He's not dead yet. However, at this moment, Han Xie spoke with an unsightly expression on his face. Because he'd noticed Lin Ling's heartbeat. Lin Ling's explosion from before was actually just an attempt to escape. Gurgle. That was indeed the case. The scattered black flesh and blood flowed in a certain direction like water and turned into a black human figure. It was very terrifying. This was the resurrection of the chaotic body. Chaotic, immortal and indestructible. Bang, bang, bang. Rumbling ominous aura spread out like dark clouds, causing the entire hall to look like an ominous hall. The human figure that was constantly fusing gradually recovered its appearance. It was Lin Ling's appearance. His eyes seemed to be burning, filled with surging battle intent and killing intent. Lin Ling had expected this bloody battle before he came here. Therefore, at this moment, it was all about killing. Rumble. The black skin began to retreat silently, and white lightning began to appear on Lin Ling's left shoulder. Then, golden flames appeared on Lin Ling's right shoulder. In the middle, a huge green Vajra appeared. Second stage. Lin Ling's voice became extremely domineering, as if he was the reincarnation of a divine king. Second stage. Chapter 4307. At this moment, 3 gods seemed to have appeared behind Lin Ling. They were the Luai's god with his sharp fangs, the human king's Dharma idol that could control the world, and the Vajra with his ferocious eyes. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground of the hall shook like waves. This was the power of 500,000 worlds and 1,500 strands of divine energy. This did not include Lin Ling's Luai's true form, great heavenly flame, and Bodhi-proof divine technique. Swoosh! Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He pounced on the crowd and grabbed with his hand. It was like the arm of a Vajra, and it carried the domineering power of lightning and flames. Stop him! Those people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling's speed was too fast. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Therefore, they resisted with all their might. However, Lin Ling's hand was simple and violent. It was like the hand of a Buddha. When it swept past, all the attacks were destroyed. Moreover, those experts were also turned into meat paste. So powerful! The people on the other side were so frightened that their eyes trembled. The new god Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, hand over your life. However, at this moment, a transparent figure appeared behind Lin Ling. It was like a stream of water, but also like a crystal. Then, a palm mixed with ferocious divine energy pressed down. It was Wuxia. However, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. His huge palm fiercely slapped out. Boom! At the moment of collision, the unstoppable force actually turned all the people near it into dust. So powerful? How is this possible? I have the strength of an early-stage lower deity. In the air, Wuxia maintained his posture of striking out with his palm. However, his pupils were also trembling. It was because he had already passed the most difficult great tribulation of the martial god realm. He was now a true deity. His world essence had already transformed into divine origin. However, such a vast amount of power was actually unable to injure Lin Ling. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, he discovered that his 10 billion heartbeats could not affect Lin Ling at all. He has 7 dantians. In addition to his powerful physical body, he has the strongest physical body in the 9 prefectures. Naturally, you won't be able to hurt him. At this moment, Luli Empress's voice drifted over. Looking at her expression, it was incomparably dignified. Lin Ling's 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. Luli Empress also had 6 dantians and 6 divine embryos. Clearly, she was weaker than Lin Ling. Her only advantage was that her cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling's methods were incomparably powerful, and this made up for the gap between them. Physical body? I don't believe that your body can withstand my 100 billion heartbeats. Wuxia let out a roar. Both of his palms struck out in a frenzy. With every strike, the heartbeat of those people increased. Lord Sacred Spirit, don't. Lin Ling was not affected, but many people in the hall were. They held their hearts and cried out in pain. However, Wuxia ignored them. Thump, thump, thump. In the end, their hearts exploded one by one, and they died completely. Looking at Han Xie again, the heartbeat of his body had become tangible. It was like a circular sound wave that rippled through the entire hall. 100 billion heartbeats. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He sensed that his heart was also beginning to lose control. However, he did not stop. Instead, he killed everyone around him. He killed as many as he could to prevent those people from launching a sneak attack. 100 billion heartbeats is just an effect. Seeing Lin Ling crazily killing people, Luli Empress's eyes shone with a sharp light. Han Xie, on the other hand, was infuriated when he saw that Lin Ling was still killing people as if he didn't see him even in his divine fetus. Because in a short period of time, the originally packed hall was now left with only a dozen people. No matter what kind of powerhouse they were, even the dragon spirit, they could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. Moreover, they also sensed that outside the underground palace, the turmoil was even more terrifying. They feared that no one would come here in the near future. This meant that if they wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would depend on them. Lin Ling, you must die today. Thus, Luli Empress no longer held back. She activated all 6 divine embryos. A black coiling dragon rushed out, followed by the cry of a phoenix. Then, a black rock flapped its wings and floated behind Luli Empress. And this was not the end. A snake slithered out, supporting Luli Empress. Below this snake, black water flooded out, and a massive black turtle shell slowly emerged. Finally, a black qilin appeared. Looking at its bloodline, it was not much weaker than a baby qilin. 6 divine beasts. These divine beasts all had extraordinary origins. They were obtained from the god realm and were sealed in Luli Empress's den. Among the 6 divine beasts, Luli Empress was like a goddess. Her body shone with divine light, incomparably resplendent. Under this divine light, the white light around the hall began to melt like ice water. Luli Empress actually has 6 divine embryos. As expected of the divine spirit that can move even the great god of Spirit Nation. The remaining dozen or so people looked at the colored glaze empress with reverence and worship in their eyes. Han Xie, although your divine heart cannot kill him, it can restrain him. Now, continue to activate your divine embryos. I will kill him. Colored glaze empress also let out a clear and cold voice. Her eyes had unknowingly turned black. Although those long and narrow eyes were very beautiful, there was also a trace of ruthlessness in them. I, Han Xie, need your help? Han Xie was still activating 100 billion heartbeats. After hearing Luli Empress's words, he snorted in disdain. I know you are not convinced by me, but Lin Ling is more important. Think about it, he has 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. If he reaches the realm of a lower god, will you still have a place to stand? In front of the great god of Spirit Nation, Lord Ning has mentioned Lin Ling many times, but never you. Are you willing to accept this? Luli Empress said indifferently. Her voice had a magical power that seemed to affect Han Xie. What a joke. Luli Empress, I know what you are thinking. But let me tell you, do you think that I have done my best? In fact, Lord Ning has already taught me a technique that can kill Lin Ling in one blow. It's just that I have not used it yet. Hearing this, Han Xie laughed loudly. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, you are right. This new great god is not to be underestimated. We should eliminate him completely. Let's work together. He had obviously guessed that outside the island, it must be a mess right now. If the great god of Spirit Nation were to know that Lin Ling had single-handedly turned the entire island upside down, he might not kill Lin Ling. In fact, he might even praise Lin Ling even more. Therefore, Han Xie wanted Lin Ling dead. He was even willing to join forces with Luli Empress. 100 billion heartbeats. Chapter 4308. Bang bang bang. Once the trillion heartbeats were unleashed, the remaining dozen or so people were unable to withstand it. This was because their hearts were beating so fast that they could explode at any moment. Furthermore, under the attacks of Han Xie and Luli Empress, the white light in the Great Hall was finally unable to hold on any longer. It continued to fade and was about to disappear at any moment. This also showed how powerful Han Xie and Luli Empress were. After all, These white lights were created by the great gods of the spirit kingdom. How could ordinary people break through them? Brother Xiaoyao, I was wrong back then. However, every man for himself, so don't blame me. With the suppression of 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats, Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling. There was an additional tenderness deep within her eyes. The memories of the little valley back then seemed to flow in her mind. At that time, she listened to Li Xiaoyao's stories every day. He told her about the wonders of the outside world. She loved those days very much. Under the maple tree in the ancient forest, she watched her beloved man tell her everything in a low voice. However, when she walked out of the small valley, she realized that the outside world was so exciting. She also had her own dream. Just like Li Xiaoyao said, how could a person not have a dream? Therefore, for the sake of her dream, she wanted Li Xiaoyao dead. She stretched out her hand and gently drew a circle before her. The circle floated before her, but there was a mysterious force coming from it. This force was like smoke, and the moment it floated out, a dangerous aura appeared. The aura of the divine tribulation from the martial god realm to the divine realm. Could it be that Luli Empress can control such a divine tribulation? The powerhouses in the shattered temple were not only resisting Han Xie's fatal heartbeat technique, but they also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Luli Empress. In their eyes, the current Luli Empress seemed to have come from the era of the gods. Her every move, every frown, and every smile were so natural and actually carried the rhythm of the Grand Tao. Hurry up and get out of the hall. After a short moment, an old man finally shouted anxiously because he had a feeling that if they didn't leave now, then all of them would die here. Boom, boom. They attacked the receding white light as if they had gone mad. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Behind him, King Kong, Thunderlock, and Sovereign Personage provided Lin Ling with an endless stream of energy. However, this energy was not enough to withstand the mysterious energy released by Luli Empress. Lin Ling could feel that this energy was not enough to resist, because it was the steps of the gods. Luli Empress actually controlled the steps of God. In the age of the gods, this was a power that even intermediate gods might not be able to control. After so many years, your strength has improved greatly. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he spoke indifferently. My father and brother died at your hands, but I don't want to avenge them, not at all. If there is a chance, I don't want to kill you, but I know that you, Li Xiaoyao, will come to kill me, so I must become stronger and surpass the 4 gods. Because I want to become the god of the 9 prefectures, I must kill you. Luli Empress's voice was very soft, but it revealed her ambition. God of the 9 prefectures, you think too simply of this world. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword as if he was caressing his most beloved person. His tone was also filled with sarcasm. God of the 9 prefectures? Luli Empress did not know that in a certain void, there were even more gods. Any one of them was enough to sweep through the entire 9 prefectures. To them, the gods of the 9 prefectures were like ants. Li Xiaoyao, all your strength is this second stage innate talent fusion. Now, the power that I want to use is not something you can resist. Luli Empress ignored Lin Ling's words. In her hand, a purple ball of light appeared. It did not seem big, but it emitted a godly power that could crush one's soul. In the end, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Her face turned cold. She wanted to completely erase this man who had countless ties with her. Ancient divine technique, Qing Ming incantation. She suddenly clenched her fist, as if she had released some kind of taboo. The purple ball of light in her hand turned into green smoke, but it quietly flew towards the sky. Voila! In the sky above the island, a taboo aura descended. Now the island was in a state of panic. The 9 prefectures were in a mess, and the Cool Wood Palace was completely destroyed. In the streets and alleys, people looked up at the sky because there were 2 great gods clashing. But now, the 2 gods had stopped fighting and were looking at the sky. They were looking at the sky above the underground palace. It's Luli Empress's ancient divine technique. A scholarly man muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the old man opposite him and said, to be able to make Luli Empress use such a method, he should be Lin Ling. That's right. It's Lin Ling. The old man opposite him nodded, but the corners of his eyes were fixed on the taboo aura in the sky, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. That was because he sensed that it was the steps of God. He didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand it. Treasure God, let's fight again. The man retracted his gaze, looked at the old man and pounced. Rumble. The two of them attacked and destroyed the island once again. At the same time, above the underground palace, a green thunderbolt shot down. It carried a wisp of destructive aura, as if it was a divine tribulation. Bang! The moment it fell, the underground palace was penetrated. Then, the green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, blasted towards Lin Ling. What a powerful divine technique! Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he activated it with all his strength. He also wanted to see how powerful this ancient divine technique was. Boom! The green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, immediately shook Lin Ling's body when it collided with the tyrant's singing sword. His strength couldn't withstand the impact of the green thunderbolt. When Luli Empress saw that Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, wasn't killed by the attack, her heart trembled. However, her expression became even colder. Her hands continuously formed complicated seals, and she muttered. Then she pointed to the sky and said, "Dark Spirit Incantation." This ancient divine technique was a powerful curse that Eugene had obtained in the realm of the gods. According to legend, it was created by an ancient deity, and it was extremely powerful. Later, Eugene gave it to her, and it was the only thing she could use to defeat Lin Ling. This was because she knew that the power of this ancient divine technique came from ancient times, and it was a power that surpassed the power of the gods. Boom! Above the sky, another wave of power blasted down. It was like a gust of wind, and wherever it passed, everything turned into dust. Dark Spirit Incantation, everything under the sky is gray. When the ancient gust of wind blew, Lin Ling's body trembled. He felt a domineering power tearing his body apart. Even with his diamond body, he couldn't withstand it. Ah! Lin Ling roared, and the three kings behind him gathered again to resist the destructive gust of wind. Has Lin Ling's physical strength really reached the stage of invincibility? Chapter 4309. Never had he, Han Xie, imagined that Lin Ling was actually formidable to such an extent. Lin Ling, you're already struggling on your deathbed. Ancient theurgy, calming incantation, cleansing altar incantation, house suppressing incantation. Looking at the glazed empress again, her eyes were also red. The 6 divine beasts around her were also roaring at the sky. She needed these 6 divine beasts to sacrifice to the heavens in order to use this ancient divine technique. Only then could she borrow this ancient power from the hands of the deceased god. As she silently chanted the incantation, her aura was increasing rapidly. Waves of divine wind blew out from her body. The fierce wind and green lightning above Lin Ling's had also strangely disappeared at this moment. However, the inside of the main hall was terrifying. Leave this place. The people in the main hall and Han Xie had all broken the walls and rushed out of the main hall. After all, the white light had completely faded and could no longer stop them. The reason why they wanted to leave was because they sensed that an even more terrifying taboo was about to erupt. However, before they left, they took a deep look at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with fear. This was because Lin Ling had been fighting for so long, but he had not fallen. Moreover, facing Luli Empress's final attack, Lin Ling did not run away. Instead, he seemed to want to fight with all his strength. Both of them are top-notch experts in the 9 prefectures. They have a grudge between them. No wonder Lin Ling did not run away. I think he also wants to settle that grudge and settle it once and for all. Let's leave quickly. I can feel that suffocating power. They rushed out of the main hall and then drifted far away. However, their eyes were still fixed in the direction of the underground palace. They saw that there was a big hole in the ceiling of the underground palace. Fierce wind kept blowing in, as if it was blowing away the bond between Lin Ling and Luli Empress for thousands of generations. At this moment, the powerhouses near the underground palace were all staring at the underground palace. They knew what was going on now, so they were waiting for everything to happen. Curse of 3. But at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded from the underground palace, and it actually carried a wisp of irresistible majesty. Rumble. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, covering the firmament. 3 incomparably terrifying forces fell from the sky like fireballs. Upon closer inspection, these were no longer forces. They were simply 3 ancient gods. These 3 forces were wind, lightning, and fire. These ancient powers were so strong that they could destroy the physical body, extinguish the soul, and destroy the divine embryo. Goodbye, Li Xiaoyao. Under the bombardment of the 3 forces, Luli Empress slowly floated out of the underground palace under the escort of the 6 divine beasts. Boom! Boom! The underground palace began to shake, but what shocked everyone was that even under the pressure of such a terrifying force, the underground palace was not destroyed. Instead, there was a dazzling light that constantly gushed out from the holes in the underground palace, making it seem as if the underground palace had turned into a furnace. What a dazzling light! That power is only effective against living creatures. A powerhouse felt a sense of fear in his heart. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the majesty that could kill everything. Looking at the underground palace again, Lin Ling raised his sword to resist. He realized that the divine steps used by Luli Empress were very strange. It seemed to have the power of the great Tao. This was because the divine steps were ineffective against inanimate objects, but only against living creatures. Legend has it that the great Tao comes from the mouth of a deity. With a silent recitation of the incantation, the heavens and earth would change. This must be the power. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now, he could choose to fuse the stage 3 innate talent or activate the divine steps of wisdom. But he didn't do so, because he knew that today's battle in the spirit kingdom wouldn't end so quickly. Old friend, let's fight it together. Suddenly, Lin Ling said to Tyrannical Singer Sword. Ever since Tyrannical Singer Sword had obtained a broken sword in the 9th mountain of God Miao's true inheritance, coupled with Lin Ling's bitter cultivation in the eternal kingdom, all of his divine power had been activated. However, Lin Ling's strength was too strong, so Tyrannical Singer Sword's divine power was of little value. But Lin Ling knew that Tyrannical Singer Sword wasn't that simple. God Emperor Jianghu had once said that the owner of the scabbard was very strong and terrifying. Now, Lin Ling wanted to use this pressure to activate the hidden power of Tyrannical Singer Sword. Destroy and establish. Without destruction, how could one establish? Rumble. In the sky, the 3 forces continued to suppress Lin Ling, blasting him towards the ground. Finally, he broke through the ground, as if he wanted to reach the center of the island and even penetrate the island. Rumble. The entire island was shaking violently, which made everyone's eyes tremble. As for Luli Empress and Han Xie, their faces were solemn. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so tenacious. Sword, wake up. Lin Ling still maintained his posture with his sword in front of him as he continued to roar. As he resisted with all his strength, although the powerful force above his head was blocked by Tyrannical Singer Sword, the wind and flames continued to attack Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's skin cracked and was dripping with blood. Cracks also appeared on his diamond body. The Human King and Thunder Lock were extremely dim. Boom. As he continued to fall, Lin Ling suddenly realized that he had been rushed into a mysterious void. It was pitch black, like a starry sky. A man was tied there by a chain that pierced through his body. The chain was pure white and had a large number of runes flashing on it. It was very mysterious. God Emperor Jianghu. Lin Ling's eyes swept across the room and he was shocked. It's you! The man opened his eyes and instantly recognized Lin Ling, because he had met Lin Ling once in Starry Sky Forest. Beside him, there was a gray skeleton that was half the height of a human sitting there. However, when it saw Lin Ling, the skeleton lifted its head and revealed a human-like surprise. It was the Skeleton King that Lin Ling had come into contact with in Starry Sky Forest. However, it was dispirited and seemed to be trapped. Kakaka. It immediately made a strange sound at the man. You are Lin Ling, right? If you want the sword to awaken, you need a sea of blood as a sacrifice to the sword. When the man heard what the skeleton said, he seemed to know that Lin Ling was in a difficult situation. Hence, he immediately said, "Let go of the murderous intent that you have suppressed for many years." Murderous intent? Lin Ling's eyes dilated. He didn't know how many people he had killed in his life. However, after going to the final world, the murderous intent was gradually suppressed and controlled by him. Now, he wanted to let go of the desire to kill? Kill as you wish. That is the sword that kills demons. If you want to kill someone, kill yourself first. The man's voice floated again and Lin Ling seemed to understand something. Kill himself first. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He suddenly withdrew his sword and stabbed Tyrannical Singer's sword into his body. Sush. Chapter 43:10. Killing was killing and it was also the end. But at some point, the end was also the birth. Only by killing oneself could the killing path be born. Beneath the island, a sea of blood was spreading, and the space had already turned into a blood-red color. Within it, a figure was bent over with his hands spread out. His entire body was trembling, and he was letting out low and deep sounds like that of a demonic beast. Lin Ling sensed that the rolling sea of blood had drowned his entire body and soul, leaving only killing in his world. Beside him, the blood-red tyrannical song sword was also trembling, releasing a terrifying desire to kill the world. As for the sword hilt, it was now flowing with the water of the sea of blood. At this moment, the Demon Slayer sword seemed to have awakened. Demon Slayer! In the distance, God Emperor Jianghu also looked at this scene solemnly. It was as if he had returned to the era of the gods and saw the lunatic who made the ghosts and gods cry. That lunatic had once killed billions of gods in the era of the gods. In the end, an ancient almighty took action, and his head was cut off by a divine sword the size of a willow leaf. Lin Ling, remember, kill for what? Suddenly, God Emperor Jianghu also shouted. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be drowned in killing intent. In the rolling sea of blood, a pitch-black figure was still roaring. Above the sea of blood, three forces pressed down, but they were blocked by the sea of blood. Kill for what? As Lin Ling roared, he suddenly let out a suspicious voice. In his mind, which was occupied by the sea of blood, faces also appeared. You and you are Ancestor Dian. Emon Yenshin. Di Dian. There were too many. I don't kill for the world, I only kill for my family and friends. Lin Ling finally raised his head. At this moment, the sword hilt hanging behind him quietly floated out a black shadow. It was a burly old man. His long hair scattered like wild grass. He was pitch black as if he came from the underworld. This time, the old man was no longer headless. The ancient god language suddenly floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing God Emperor Jianghu's eyes to tremble. This was because this was no longer Lin Ling's voice. It was the voice of the devil that had disappeared for countless years. Grim demon, wake up, Emperor God Jianghu said to Little Skeleton instinctively. Then he revealed a smile. Shiodua. At this moment, a blood sword slashed out. Rumble. In the sky, the three ancient divine techniques were slashed apart by a blood-red ray of light. The ray of light shot into the sky, and then a roiling sea of blood gushed out from the ground. Within the sea of blood, a pitch-black figure followed the sea of blood and silently stepped into the sky. The steps of murder. Looking at Lin Ling who was leaving, Emperor God Jianghu's eyes continued to tremble. This was because he knew that it was difficult to awaken the sword of Grim Demon. After Grim Demon had fallen, many people in the era of gods had obtained his sword hilt. However, they didn't awaken the sword in the end. Instead, they were killed by the sword. This was because if one didn't want to be killed by the sword, the only way was to find the broken sword. However, the broken sword had been scattered all over the world. How could one find it in a short period of time? Only by finding the broken sword of Grim Demon and killing himself could he resolve the killing. Lin Ling, you have successfully resolved the killing. Looking at the roiling sea of blood rushing towards the island, Emperor God Zhonggang finally knew that the young man he had seen back then had also stepped into the era of gods. At this moment, the island was like hell on earth. On the ground, there were continuous roars. Flames and smoke shot into the sky. From afar, the entire ground was filled with holes, as though it was the remains of a war between gods. In the sky, two huge statues stood tall in the sky. When they collided, there was an intense storm. It was as though two worlds were colliding. Countless experts of the spirit kingdom had fallen because of this. However, near the underground palace, everyone looked at the underground palace. Their faces were solemn as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. However, they couldn't care less about wiping their sweat. Instead, they swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Linling, is he dead? Under the deafening heaven and earth, an old voice, mixed with disbelief, quietly floated out. However, just as these words were spoken, a bloody light shot into the sky from the broken ceiling of the underground palace. It cut the forbidden power in the sky into two halves. Puff, puff, puff. Next, an endless sea of blood spread out, causing the underground palace to erupt like a volcano. However, it was a sea of blood that spewed out. He's not dead. Almost instantly, countless experts let out a loud roar. Han Xie and Luli Empress's pupils were trembling. Their faces were pale as they kept shaking their heads. Ancient divine skills can't kill him. Luli Empress finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. She knew that if she had fought with Lin Ling last time, she would have died without a doubt. Trial taker Lin Ling, he's not dead. Soon after, cries of panic rose in everyone's hearts like a plague, spreading to the entire island. Trial taker Lin Ling. On the majestic island, many people heard that voice. Their hearts felt as though they had been struck by lightning. At this point, they naturally knew who was so arrogant and dared to stir up a storm on the island. However, they originally thought that with Lin Ling's strength alone, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire spirit kingdom. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling could become a new god, a giant in the 9 states. He indeed had the ability. Lin Ling. On the chaotic street, a man looked at the distant sky in shock. He was Maple. Brother, this Lin Ling is so scary. He's like a living god. This is the first time our spirit kingdom has encountered such a shocking invasion. Next to the man, a young man said with a pale face. We are no longer people of the spirit kingdom. Now, let's take advantage of the commotion caused by Lin Ling and leave this place. Maple looked at the sky again, then strode away. Hua Yen Fourth Association. However, just as they started to move, an old and hoarse voice sounded in the underground palace and spread throughout the island. Even the battle between the two gods in the sky stopped and looked deeply at the underground palace. The pupils of one of the scholarly men were condensing. The old man smiled. He was naturally treasure god Nan Wufenyu. Now that he saw that Lin Ling was fine, he could finally put down the boulder in his heart. Crush. After that voice, a sword slash appeared in the underground palace. A circular sword slash, with the main hall as the center, followed the horizon and cut through everything. The underground palace was cut open by the sword. The 99 alley was cut open by the sword. Rumble! The entire island shook as if a demon god had emerged from the earth. Lin Ling, how can you be so powerful? Hurry up and crouch down, don't get cut by the sword. Chapter 43:11. In the sky, Luli Empress and Han Xie's pupils trembled a few more times as fear spread in their hearts. As if the roof of the underground palace had been lifted, a rolling sea of blood began to flow out and drown the earth. In the rolling sea of blood, a figure with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly floated up. This person was dressed in blood red and held a blood red sword in his hand. His entire body was filled with dense killing intent. The moment he appeared, he affected the hearts of thousands of warriors in the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone looked up with trembling pupils. Lin Ling. Yes. Luli Empress and Han Xie also swallowed with difficulty. From Lin Ling's body, they felt a power that surpassed the power of gods. Demon Slayer. Yes. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu said at the same time. I didn't expect that the Demon Slayer sword would be taken by him. Moreover, he awakened the sword. You should know that even in the era of gods, no one could awaken the sword. Lord Ning said with surprise. He didn't know that Lin Ling had been collecting broken swords for thousands of years. It was done in a day. This guy, don't let the killing intent invade you. Yes. Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu said with some worry. Xiao Moho. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling, who was above the sea of blood, had a flash in his eyes. A surge of killing intent burst out and turned into a sword that slashed towards the earth. Rumble! A huge trench was cut in the earth. Above it, a blood-red sword wave rushed towards the crowd like 10,000 horses galloping. Oh my God! Yes! Seeing the huge blood-red sword wave, everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and they almost forgot to run. However, before they could react, the sword slashed them in half. Their blood seemed to be sucked into the sea of blood below Lin Ling. Kill! Seeing this, Han Xia also roared angrily and activated 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats to suppress Lin Ling. Sound waves of heartbeats surged out like ripples, but just as they were about to reach Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. A blood-red sword wave appeared and actually cut the sound waves into two. Furthermore, the sword wave did not stop and slashed towards Han Xia. Heart of God. At the critical moment, a crystal-like heart appeared in Han Xia's hand, and he slapped it hard. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the sword wave was blocked. However, Han Xia also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Looking at the crystal heart in his hand, there was a hair-sized sword wound on it. What a terrifying sword! What kind of power is this? Han Xia's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Lin Ling became even more fearful. The steps of God, and it's probably related to killing. Because killing is tyrannical, these steps of God are also the most ferocious. Not far away, Luli Empress seemed to have noticed something. However, killing is also a double-edged sword. It can kill the enemy, but it can also kill the master. Lin Ling won't be able to control this power for long. Lin Ling, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, are you going to destroy my spirit nation? At this moment, a huge stone statue appeared in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He was Lord Ning. Lin Ling also raised his head slightly and looked indifferently at the godlike expert. He did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and looked at Lord Ning as he slashed with his sword. Sopaku. This sword was very terrifying as it slashed out a rolling sea of blood. Because in the eyes of countless people, the sword turned into a sea of blood and rushed towards Lord Ning. Winter Plum. The huge stone statue was like a god. It stretched out its palm and looked down at the sea of blood rushing up from the ground and pressed down. The power of winter burst out and froze the sea of blood. From afar, the scene was very majestic because a huge sea of blood rushed into the sky. But now it was completely frozen. Everything was so lifelike. What a powerful divine staircase. However, although Lord Ning easily blocked Lin Ling's sword, he also let out a dignified voice. Lin Ling, your opponent is not me, and my opponent is not you. Lord Ning looked at Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu in the distance and knew that this peak god was his opponent. Of course, he didn't expect that the current spirit nation would almost be turned upside down because of Lin Ling and Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu. 1,000,000 martial gods, move out. Then, Lord Ning let out a low voice as if he was giving the order of a god. As he spoke, a large number of powerful auras soared into the sky from all directions of the island. Then, rays of light formed the aura of divine soldiers and divine generals, and they rushed toward the underground palace with great momentum. 1,000,000 martial gods. These martial gods were all dragon spirits. Looking at the horizon, the sky was filled with experts like locusts. 1,000,000 martial gods are here too. Han Xia's expression changed greatly because he already knew that the spirit nation wasn't as simple as it looked. In the distant continent, there were countless experts. These experts were the group of people that the Spirit Nation took away when they first arrived in the void of the 9 states tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, the strength of those experts had reached an unknown level. Thinking about it, the 1 million martial gods were just a group of them. Lin Ling is going to fight against 1 million martial gods. On the ground, the experts of the Spirit Nation were also trembling. One person against 1 million martial gods. In the world, other than Lin Ling, who else could be so domineering? The name of Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the 9 states, was now deeply engraved in their hearts. Look in all directions and chant. However, seeing the arrival of 1 million martial gods, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he stepped on the sea of blood, held his sword diagonally, and attacked. Kill, 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 kill. Rumble. The group of martial gods closest to Lin Ling began to receive Lin Ling's blood sea sword. The blood sea was a murderous aura. Therefore, even if they unleashed their full strength, they couldn't stop the impact of the blood sea and were all killed. With this attack, 30,000 peak martial gods had fallen. However, this was just an appetizer before the slaughter. Next, the blood sea drowned the 1 million martial gods and a figure began to kill wildly. This was because Lin Ling knew that before the giant ghost appeared, he couldn't retreat. He could only kill. 1 million martial gods, he can kill them all. On the ground, looking at the falling corpses and the blood sea that was filled with murderous aura, everyone held their breaths and couldn't even speak properly. Time flew by just like that. 1 million lives kept disappearing and merging into the blood sea. In the end, the murderous aura of the blood sea became 100 times stronger than before. This guy is really going to kill to stop killing. Chapter 43:12. Kill, kill, kill. In the sky, the voices of the millions of martial gods became softer and softer. Only a devilish voice could be heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Looking at the sky again, it had turned into a sea of blood. There was no one to be seen. The millions of martial gods had been killed without leaving a single one behind. However, the sea of blood seemed to have become denser and its flowing speed had slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen, as if a large cloud of blood was floating in the sky. His killing intent has begun to recede. Luli Empress suddenly sensed something and was familiar with the power of Lin Ling's sea of blood. It turned out that after activating the killing steps, Lin Ling had to kill madly. If he didn't kill enough, Lin Ling would be affected. If he killed to his heart's content, the killing intent would be replenished. It would no longer affect Lin Ling. Of course, after reaching perfection, the power of the sea of blood would quietly recede, allowing Lin Ling to return to being an ordinary person. This is a chance. Han Xie floated up and shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, you've killed millions of martial gods. Your death is at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually activated the mysterious talisman, Silent Words. A mysterious language was like a beautiful melody that floated into everyone's heart. Many of the Spirit Nation's experts felt a sense of comfort. Could it be? However, Luli Empress had guessed something. She guessed that Han Xie was activating the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body to control Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of that incantation. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu had obviously sensed this and immediately shouted. Looking at Lord Ning, his face was cold throughout the entire process. Whether it was the millions of martial gods being killed or this trump card, he showed no emotion. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on the blood sea. After hearing Han Xie's voice, he suddenly floated up strangely. Then, he floated out of the blood sea and flew towards Han Xie. Following his footsteps, the surging sea of blood in the sky also began to retreat, turning into a vortex and disappearing into the sword hilt behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling, kneel down. Lin Ling, aren't you very good at killing? Kill another one for me to see. Ha, Lin Ling, you didn't expect it, did you? One day you would become my subordinate. As he watched Lin Ling walk towards him, Han Xie was undoubtedly excited. This was the fatal blow that he had been hiding. This trump card had been passed down to him by Lord Ning. Hence, he knew that as long as he unleashed this power, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would be able to control him and become a member of the spirit nation. When he thought of the insufferably arrogant Lin Ling being controlled by him, the excitement in Han Xie's heart was even stronger than when he broke through to the next realm. Lin Ling did not stop walking. He slowly appeared in front of Han Xie and stared coldly at him. "What are you looking at? Kneel down." Seeing this, Han Xie roared angrily, his voice filled with majesty. This also caused the Spirit Nation's experts to react. Then, they all laughed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, based on Lin Ling's previous killing method, they would have been killed by Lin Ling very soon. Fortunately, Han Xie now had Lin Ling under his control. Once Lin Ling is under the Spirit Nation's control, it will be difficult for him to resist. Since he has killed so many people from the Spirit Nation, he is definitely a sinner of the Spirit Nation. When the time comes, even I can torture him. That's right, I want to shit on his head. Hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. The experts of the Spirit Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief and began to converse with smiles on their faces. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his sword high. The murderous aura that had yet to fade from the body of the huge sword was still terrifying. "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" However, this method of controlling Lin Ling seemed to have no effect. This was because Lin Ling had already ruthlessly slashed his sword down. This also made Han Xie's eyes widen. However, he didn't run away or resist. Instead, he sped up the casting of the incantations and runes. Even now, he still believed that Lord Ning had left him a trump card. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this kind of trust would bring him a fatal price. "I have no idea what you're talking about." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke for the first time. His voice was extremely domineering. Boom! The sword slashed down and sliced Han Xie into two halves. When the sword landed on the crystal heart, it paused for a moment before slicing the crystal heart into two halves. Crack! A crisp sound rang out and the crystal heart shattered like glass. When he looked at Han Xie again, his originally transparent body had quietly returned to his original appearance. However, from his forehead to between his legs, a blood-red sword mark had appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why didn't it work? Could it be that Lord Ning had lied to him? Impossible, Lord Ning would never use this matter to deceive him. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Lin Ling had escaped from the Spirit Nation's control. Damn it, I've been fooled. Han Xie let out an unwilling roar. Then, his body was forcefully torn apart. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky like rain. Naturally, he was indignant. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Lin Ling. However, he firmly believed in the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body, resulting in his current situation. His death undoubtedly affected the evil spirit in the underground palace. This caused it to be at a disadvantage in the battle for consciousness with the giant ghost. Lin Ling is out of control? In the distance, Lord Ning's eyes were filled with shock. This scene had clearly exceeded his expectations. After all, this was a hidden danger that he had left in Lin Ling's body. When Lin Ling became stronger in the future, he would use it to control Lin Ling. In the Battle of Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had disrupted the plans of the Spirit Nation's great god. At that time, the great god had said that he had to obtain Lin Ling no matter what. Therefore, he had left this trick up his sleeve. However, 100 years later, Lin Ling had disappeared and returned. The hidden danger had been removed. For deities guarding the island, kill him for me. Lord Ning finally had a murderous intent towards Lin Ling. Boom, boom. No wonder the Spirit Nation was so powerful. After the fall of millions of martial gods, another powerhouse had arrived. In the east, a huge divine hound was galloping. With the sun and moon in its mouth, it let out a roar that made countless people tremble in fear. Divine spirit, divine hound. Looking to the south, there was a beast with a human body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes piercing its ears and fire dragons beneath its feet. This was the Southern Fire ancestral sorcerer. A giant covered in flames strolled over. Wherever it passed, a sea of fire would appear. Even the bubbles in the sky above the island were burned. The bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerer. Speaking of the 12 ancestral sorcerer, they were powerful because they were deities from ancient times. Although they weren't real ancestral sorcerer, they possessed the bloodline of the ancestral sorcerer. Chapter 43:13. Looking to the west, an ugly old monk floated over like a ghost. Around him, the sky was filled with earthworm-like ants, causing one's scalp to tingle. This was the insect ghost monk. This person specialized in using goo. In the 9 prefectures void, where the heroic spirits of the 10 evils of the 9 prefectures rested, the Goo King's technique was passed down by him. As for the north, it had already turned into a pitch-black night. Under that quiet and strange night, an old woman holding a walking stick staggered over. Her old face was full of wrinkles, so much so that her eyes could not be seen. A ghost lantern hung from the walking stick in her left hand, and in the pitch-black darkness, there was a ghost lantern hanging from it. Under the lantern, it was like the light of a firefly. Looking at the aged right hand, there was a wooden bowl in it. The bowl was filled with liquid, and it looked very magical. Legend has it that she was a terrifying old woman guarding the bridge of helplessness. The origins of these people were not to be underestimated. They were the true pillars of the spirit nation, and their origins could be traced back to millions of years ago. After experiencing the investiture of the 9 prefectures, they had all returned to their positions as gods. Right now, the 4 ghosts and deities were suppressing Lin Ling. The 4 deities guarding the island are now fighting against the new god of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling. I wonder who will be stronger. Seeing the powerful auras coming from the 4 directions, the experts of the spirit nation all retreated far away and rushed out of the majestic ancient city. Then, they stared at the strongest battle between the 9 prefectures and the spirit nation. Moreover, regardless of whether Lin Ling died or not in this battle, his name in the spirit nation and the 9 prefectures would definitely resound for millions of years. Lin Ling is actually so strong. The gap between me and him is too big. In the crowd, Luli Empress looked at the experts coming from all directions and then at the arrogant man under the sky. She quietly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although she didn't want to admit it, she already knew that the Lin Ling she looked down on before was now above her head. During the competition for the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace's quota, if it wasn't for Yojin's interference, perhaps she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao Lin Ling, no matter who you are, you've all hidden so well. When she thought of this, Luli Empress's face was filled with killing intent and jealousy. After all, she had cultivated bitterly for so many years. However, she had been surpassed by Lin Ling in a single day. How could she accept this? Therefore, Lin Ling must die today. Otherwise, if she let Lin Ling leave, then what awaited her would be Lin Ling's fatal revenge. Those 4 experts are all at the deity level. Their divine embryos and divine power are stronger than mine. If the 4 of them work together, they can definitely kill Lin Ling. Luli Empress retreated and said malevolently. Now, she wanted to see Lin Ling die before her eyes. Only then would she feel at ease. As for Lin Ling, who was in the limelight, he quietly looked at the gods coming from the 4 directions. He felt as if he had sensed the suppression of the 4 great worlds. It's time to use more strength. With a soft sigh, Lin Ling's eyes shone with determination. From the beginning, he knew that today's battle wouldn't be so simple. The spirit nation wasn't something that he could shake alone. Therefore, he had been preserving his strength. However, now that he had continuously used his trump cards, it was time for him to finally reveal his trump card. This final trump card was very strong, but it had a time limit. Therefore, he had to use it to defeat the 4 gods before it was exhausted. Lower deity. Lin Ling's soul power spread out like a tide as his eyes stared at the 4 gods. Lower deity, this was the strength of the 4 gods. In the 9 states, they were only below the 4 great deities. Although Han Xie and Luli Empress had also stepped into the ranks of lower deities and possessed divine origin and divine origin, it was obvious that the 4 gods' realms were more stable and they had cultivated for a longer time. Great Buzhou Mountain Pillar. At this moment, the Western Witch ancestor took the lead. He was like a giant with his hands raised to the sky. Lava flowed from the sky and turned into a huge lava pillar in his hands. The moment the pillar appeared, the island in the west immediately turned into a world of fire. Then he looked at Lin Ling and threw it over. Buzhou Mountain Pillar. According to legend, this sacred mountain was broken by the fire god Gonggong and the water god Zhurong. It was the pillar of heaven and earth and the support of the void great Tao. In ancient times, after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, there was the saying of Niwa patching up the heavens. However, it was obvious that the giant wasn't holding the real Buzhou Mountain, but a wisp of Buzhou Mountain's will. However, because it came from ancient times, this wisp of will was extremely terrifying. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 Tao deities. 3,000 Tao deities. In the 9 states, there weren't many people who had more than 2,000 Tao deities, let alone 3,000. Moreover, the Buzhou Mountain Pillar carried the power of the witch ancestor and reached the power of 700,000 Tao deities. Rumble. When the Buzhou Mountain Pillar smashed towards Lin Ling, the cracked island cracked even more. In the sky, ancient red flames spread like the sunset. Although it was the most ordinary red, it was the most ancient flame of the fire god. When it rained down, it immediately drowned Lin Ling. After the flame of the fire god, a huge Buzhou mountain came crashing down. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. After all, Lin Ling was a new god and not a real god. This also made Nan Wufenyu roar, "Lin Ling!" He immediately wanted to help Lin Ling, but he was stopped by Lord Ning. Lord Ning's expression was cold and he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He appreciated Lin Ling and didn't want Lin Ling to die here. Unfortunately, the trouble Lin Ling had caused today was too big. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to report to Spirit Nation. Boom. However, at this moment, a ripple exploded from the rolling red flames. It was as if someone had punched the flames and used a powerful force to disperse the flames. Next, amidst the spreading flames, a young man in a gray robe shot up into the sky. He punched the sky, and with a single punch, Mount Buzhou was unable to fall. What? Seeing this shocking scene, the entire island was shocked. Under the sky, the gray-robed youth was incomparably cold. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. After punching out, another fist followed. It was like a meteor shower that smashed at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. With each punch, the island shook a little. Finally, with a boom, the huge Buzhou Mountain was forcefully broken. Broken. When Buzhou Mountain was broken, the explosive force was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It pierced through the island's bubble and caused a large amount of seawater to pour in. The island was completely destroyed. Perhaps the battle of gods was just like this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth in the sky. At this moment, they were suffocating. Chapter 43:14. Trial Taker Lin Ling, I will represent the spirit kingdom and sentence you to death. In the west, the fire god ancestral sorcerer's long hair danced wildly. However, his eyes were filled with shock because Lin Ling actually broke through his Buzhou mountain. He rushed towards Lin Ling with large strides. Although Lin Ling had some tricks up his sleeve, Lin Ling was still not a lower god. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Rumble. The huge palm was like a city as it rushed towards Lin Ling. The momentum was earth-shattering. Wherever the giant fire god ancestral sorcerer passed, the houses on the ground collapsed. Under his feet, it was like a volcano erupting. You can represent the spirit kingdom? However, before the fire god ancestral sorcerer arrived, a gray robe flashed and a sword fell from the sky. What? The fire god ancestral sorcerer's face changed dramatically. It was too fast. Before he could react, a sword slashed on his cheek and cut open his cheek. The powerful force sent the giant flying. He glided on the ground and disappeared into the distance. Looking at the ground, a ravine that was thousands of miles wide appeared. It stretched to the horizon and was terrifying. Gray robe Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Ning also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Ling in shock. What method did Lin Ling use to increase his strength so much? He could already fight against the ancestral sorcerer. No, he should be able to suppress the ancestral sorcerer. This must be fake. Even Luli Empress's eyes were trembling. Lin Ling could still become stronger. Now, his strength was the strongest under the 4 great gods. Among the 8 new gods, who could be his opponent? Lin Ling Dai. At this moment, a huge divine hound spoke in human language. It contained the sun and moon as it galloped in midair. It was like a tengu galloping towards the moon as it bit Lin Ling. This divine dog was like an ancient species. Compared to it, Lin Ling was as small as an ant. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His cold eyes stared at the divine dog that was pouncing towards him, and all the strength in his body poured into his left fist. Looking at the divine dog, he punched out, pouring out all his strength. Boom! The man and the dog collided in midair, and a terrifying gust of wind poured out, blowing countless houses on the island away like straw. The island, which was already in ruins, became even more scattered. Pung ping pung! The power of 800,000 realms, the power of 2,000 Tao gods, 7 Dantians, and the power of 7 divine embryos erupted. It was like a volcano that had been sealed away for many years had finally erupted. Woo-woo! The huge divine hound's teeth were shattered by a punch. The fist landed on its nose. It looked small, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The divine hound whimpered, its tail drooped, and tears flowed out. Then, it turned its head and wildly strung it up. However, just as the eastern divine hound retreated, a ferocious ghost monk came from the west. He silently chanted, and countless insects and ants flooded towards Lin Ling. From afar, the insects and ants were like a sea of clouds, but they were constantly squirming. It was very terrifying. And these were all goo. Compared to the goo in the land of eternal rest, they were undoubtedly thousands of times stronger. Every poisonous insect came from the divine realm and was incomparably precious. Goo, invisible and colorless, could cause people to fall into the trap when they did not react in time. Therefore, Lin Ling also felt a sense of danger coming, but he had already activated his trump card. This trump card had a limited time, and if he could not deal a heavy blow to these gods, after they joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely suffer a huge blow. Come out! Lin Ling roared to the sky. The sound made the broken bubble in the sky crack even more. In Lin Ling's gray robe, mysterious ripples began to bloom, causing the void around him to distort and become illusory. However, no one could see this scene. They only saw the squirming sea of insects drowning Lin Ling. Some of the insects and ants were as thick as a finger, while others were as big as a speck of dust. It was simply impossible to guard against them. Boom! However, at this moment, there was an explosion in the sea of insects, and light bloomed. Then, the pitch-black sea of insects shot out light like sea urchins, and there were more and more of them. In the end, a terrible burst of divine power burst out and washed away all the goo. Looking carefully, one could see the gray-robed Lin Ling standing in midair. A large number of illusions appeared around him. There was a white Luai's god, a golden king man, a green Vajra, a Buddha dragon and a wind dragon, a boundless wonton above his head, and countless evil spirits and jellyfish behind him. The 7 divine embryos were all displayed. Buzz, buzz. Strange sounds rang in the sky above Lin Ling. It was as if the saints were singing, as if the gods were praying for blessings. He actually activated all the divine embryos and formed the scene of the gods descending. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanwufanyu were still fighting, but it was clear that their gazes were on Lin Ling. Even Treasure God Nanwufanyu, an old man who was very familiar with Lin Ling, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was as if they were looking at a dazzling star that appeared like a bolt of lightning and descended upon the Spirit Nation and the 9 provinces. This was because this was the first time they saw the descent of the 7 divine embryos. Even in the era of the gods, this was unprecedented. In the west, the ferocious old monk's pupils trembled. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, intimidated by Lin Ling's divine might. He didn't return to divinity, but he has the light of the gods. This Lin Ling is too strong. He also spoke in a solemn voice. This was because although Lin Ling seemed to be a martial god, his world essence was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than a god's. In addition to his physical body and powerful divine embryos, he could now truly become a god. Gray-robed Linling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? When the old monk was injured, an old voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was like the cry of a nighthawk in the night, making one's scalp tingle. The sky in the north was eerily silent. A lantern slowly floated over. At a closer look, an old woman was staggering over with a walking stick. She was holding a wooden bowl, and her hands were trembling as if she would die at any moment. This was Meng Pe, who guarded the northern island. Gray-robed Linling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? The old woman looked at Linling with lifeless eyes and spoke sharply again. Linling, who was among the 7 divine embryos, also looked indifferently at the old woman. He sensed a strange power spreading from the old woman's body. It was the steps of the gods. However, this steps of the gods was very strange. It didn't seem to be an attack type. Instead, it was like Linling's steps of wisdom, a soul-type sealing type. Now, Linling sensed that the strange power was spreading all around. It was formless and colorless, as if it was going to attack at any moment. Why wouldn't I dare? Linling raised his head and said proudly. He knew that even if he didn't answer, the next attack would come. Chapter 43:15. That's the datura flower. Could it be? The spectators in the distance were shocked. An old man murmured, that should be the bridge of helplessness. Crossing the bridge meant that one was dead and had to be reincarnated. Drinking Meng Po's soup meant that one had forgotten everything in this world. The endless night was like a tide that spread to the sky above Linling. When one looked at Linling again, he was already in front of the bridge of helplessness. An old woman handed a wooden bowl to Linling with a smile. Meanwhile, Linling's eyes were blank. After entering the bridge, he seemed to have forgotten everything and who he was. He only listened to Meng Pe. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Was the new god Linling going to be defeated? And that Meng Po's methods were too strange, it was simply impossible to guard against. Because, against Meng Po's bridge of helplessness, it didn't matter how strong one was. All methods would be suppressed. Steps of the god. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes narrowed. He was shocked at the power of the spirit kingdom because he knew that the 4 gods were only a part of the kingdom's strength. In fact, the spirit kingdom was already stronger than the void of the 9 continents. There were even more people in the void of the 9 continents with many cultivators with potential. It was just that they hadn't matured yet. Your power has weakened, you are worried about Linling. At this time, Sir Ning's voice came, Treasure God, you came with Linling today, do you think you can ruin my plan? Back then, you obtained her body and I obtained her heart. You lost to me and today you still lost to me. After Linling's death, everything you have done will be like a dream. You can't win against me. You will never win against me because she loves me. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes narrowed and his body inexplicably trembled. In his mind, he thought of that woman. She was also the wife of Nanhua Fengyu. However, he also knew that before marrying him, his wife was deeply in love with Sir Ning. However, Sir Ning was ambitious and only cared about his great cause. Nanhua Fengyu didn't care because he loved his wife. However, during the Battle of the Gods, his wife found out that Lord Ning was in danger, so she personally went to help. In the end, she died in the Battle of the Gods. When Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu rushed over, he saw his wife in Sir Ning's arms. At that moment, he felt as if the world was collapsing, as if there was no love left in the world. He didn't hate his wife because he knew that his wife had always loved Lord Ning. It was just that he thought he could use time to change his wife's mind. Therefore, he hated Minister Ning. Treasure God, you lost completely, huh? Lord Ning also laughed when he saw Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu's angry appearance. His laughter contained a trace of madness. Because in his heart, there was still something he hadn't said. Back then, the person who loved him the most had told him before she died that the reason she helped him was to end this grudge. She also said that the person she loved now was Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu. He had never said this to Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu because he also hated Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu for stealing the person he loved the most. Treasure God, I know you hate me and have always wanted to mess up my plans, But let me tell you, Spirit Country's footsteps will sweep through the entire 9 provinces. You have lost. Lord Ning's eyes were red as he shouted. He waved his hand with a tyrannical power, causing the sky to explode and the sea to flow backwards. You gambled everything on Lin Ling, right? Now you can watch as Lin Ling dies. Once Lin Ling dies, it means that you will never have her and will forever lose to me. Rumble. Under Lord Ning's attack, the island was on the verge of collapse. Everyone looked over. They didn't expect Lord Ning to have such a grudge with that old man. Meanwhile, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was trembling. Minister Ning's words made him remember the scene back then. The person he loved the most was held by Lord Ning, not him. Suddenly, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. He said word by word, I have not lost. The heavens have not abandoned me and the earth has not abandoned me. She must love me because Lin Ling will not die. This is a message she asked the heavens to send me. What? Lord Ning's eyes narrowed. However, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu didn't say anything and instead laughed. This laugh seemed to have removed the fetters of countless years. He finally realized that Lin Ling had a soul that surpassed the soul of a god. Not long ago, in the wasteland, it was Lin Ling who used his soul force to open the path to the 8th level. This also meant that Meng Po's steps of God could not affect Lin Ling at all. This also meant that the heavens were telling him that his wife must love him. Seeing Treasure God Nan Wufenyu laughing, Lord Ning was furious and his eyes subconsciously looked to the north. North, the bridge of helplessness. Lin Ling held Meng Po's bowl and placed it in his mouth. However, at this time, his eyes revealed a sharp light and a terrifying soul force suppressed. Meng Po, you are already old. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Drink this bowl of Meng Po's soup and the grudges of the mortal world will be forgotten. Lin Ling's voice carried a magical power as he handed over Meng Po's bowl. Meng Po's eyes narrowed at first, but under Lin Ling's voice, her eyes became vacant. At this moment, she was like a person lost in the world, looking for the end of the world to return home. She picked up Meng Po's bowl with her aged hand and drank it gently. Boom! This scene shocked the spirit nation. Lord Ning's face trembled and his eyes narrowed. A murderous aura erupted in his heart like a volcano. Did he lose? Did he lose? Or did Treasure God Nan Wufenyu already know that the woman loved Treasure God Nan Wufenyu the most? You lied to me. At this time, Meng Po, who drank Meng Po's soup, also reacted. She stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of anger. If I drink Meng Po's soup, my life will end here. The people I love, the people who love me, they will disappear from my world forever. However, Lin Ling looked at him coldly and then let out a loud laugh. Unfortunately, not to mention Meng Po, even if the god of the underworld or the god of creation were here, they can't change me. I, Lin Ling, will not enter the 6th Tao, the underworld, or the mortal world. I am me and no one can bind me. Boom. Chapter 43:16. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's fist, the dark world in the north dispersed. A ray of light shone down from the sky as if it represented Lin Ling's heaven-defying heart. Meng Po was being stepped on by Lin Ling at this moment. She was being punched and kicked by Lin Ling, causing her to cry out in pain. It was as if Lin Ling was wreaking havoc in the underworld and destroying the heavenly Tao. A great calamity, a great calamity, a great calamity. In the distance, the experts of the spirit kingdom all had pale faces as they muttered this sentence. Lin Ling was definitely a great calamity for the spirit kingdom. What a great line. I want the heavens to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all Buddhas to vanish like smoke. Lin Ling, Quang Ba, Grandpa Treasure God will accompany you. Looking at Treasure God Nan Wufenyu, a heroic voice soared into the sky. This old man's aura suddenly increased as he borrowed the reverse flow of the sea to form a world of wind and rain, destroying the entire island. Lin Ling. Lord Ning also let out a ferocious roar. There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. 100 years ago in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had wreaked havoc there. Today, In the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling had once again wreaked havoc in the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, could it be that he was the nemesis of the spirit kingdom, the nemesis of the world's will? Bang! 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 Endless sea water poured down from the exploded island. Outside of the island, a large number of blue giants quietly appeared. They were like heavenly gods and heavenly generals, casting their gazes towards the island. As long as the island was completely submerged, then they would attack and slaughter everyone on the island. Run! The sea water was like a heavenly river crashing down. The people of the spirit kingdom panicked and fled in all directions. They all knew that today, the spirit kingdom had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling. At this moment, below the shattered island, a ferocious aura shot up into the sky. Then, a 300-meter tall giant appeared. It was gray in color and gray fog constantly gushed out from its body. It had sharp teeth and claws, just like a yaksha from the underworld. However, it was not a yaksha because it was an evil spirit. Bang bang bang. It shot toward Lin Ling, killing countless experts along the way. Finally, it arrived in front of Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling. Giant ghost. However, Lin Ling had already sensed who it was. It was just that the palm-sized giant ghost had now become a giant. Haha. After the transformation, the giant ghost seemed to be even bolder and more domineering than before. It laughed loudly and said to Lin Ling, "There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place immediately." Those blue giants are eyeing the island covetously. Moreover, I've already obtained the records of the 8 gods. Giant ghost, I've finally waited for you to come out. If you didn't come out, I would have been torn apart alive by the experts of the spirit kingdom. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Previously, he had used all of his soul force to confuse Meng Pe. This had caused the 3rd stage of the innate talent fusion to fade away. At that time, if an expert had come, they could have easily killed him. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting for a long time and had killed more than 1,000,000 experts. Lin Ling, you guys leave first. I'll find you in the future. When Nanwufenyu saw that Lin Ling was fine, he smiled and said, "This time, I fought alongside you and destroyed the spirit kingdom. This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." Lin Ling sat on the giant ghost's shoulder. He was so tired that he could not speak. He could only give Nanwufenyu a thumbs up and smile. To the underground palace. The giant ghost carried Lin Ling and flew towards the broken underground palace. Although it had been fighting with evil ghost for the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it had also been paying attention to Lin Ling's battle. Thus, when Lin Ling rushed into the island, it had also noticed. It also knew that God Emperor Jianghu was under the island. Voila! At this moment, the island was flooded with seawater. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and countless experts died within. In the sky, an arm formed from seawater was like fishing for fish. It scooped up the martial artists in the sea, and after it caught them, the endless seawater pressed down on them, forcefully squeezing them dry. They turned into blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As for the martial artists that had not died, they could not control their bodies and were sucked in by the endless whirlpools. When the giant ghost brought Lin Ling into the underground palace, there were swirling whirlpools. These whirlpools seemed to be suppressing the water of the entire sea. They were extremely domineering, and even the physical strength of 500,000 worlds could not resist them. Hurry! Sensing this, the giant ghost's speed increased by a fraction. Giant ghost, save me, save me. In the broken ruins not far away, the whirlpool was tumbling, and a weak voice could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized giant ghost, and it was the evil ghost. However, the evil ghost was a little dispirited. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries when it fought with the giant ghost for the record of the 8 gods. Evil ghost, you'd better follow me obediently. But at this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the whirlpool. It was a transparent arm, and it suddenly grabbed the evil ghost and swallowed it. This scene was very strange. If that person did not make a sound, they would not have noticed it at all. This also shocked the giant ghost and Lin Ling. However, the whirlpools around them had already arrived, so they could not care less and madly rushed into the underground. Who is it? The giant ghost continued to shatter the surrounding rocks as it spoke in shock. It's Han Xie. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, that guy actually did not die, and it seems like he took advantage of the evil ghost's weakness to swallow it. Han Xie. Hearing this, the giant ghost could not help but shudder because he also knew that the evil ghost was indeed seriously injured and could be annihilated at any time. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, as the evil ghost's partner, Han Xie, not only did he not help, he even hit the evil ghost when it was down. Is this the greed of human nature? The 8 gods practice divine arts and question the human world. It seems that there is a reason behind it. The giant ghost muttered to himself, but when he saw Lin Ling on his shoulder, he smiled instead, and the gloomy thoughts from before disappeared with the wind. This was because his partner, Lin Ling, would not abandon him, and this was his honor. Previously, if Lin Ling had not fought for him and bought time for him, he might not have been able to successfully obtain the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling's battle was also a fight to the death. How could such a person not be trustworthy? This also showed that he was luckier than the evil ghost because he knew Lin Ling and not Han Xie. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar in front of them. The giant ghost finally brought Lin Ling back to the previous void. When Emperor God Jianghu saw Lin Ling and the giant ghost, he immediately smiled. Chapter 43:17. Lin Ling, don't bother about me. Leave immediately. Emperor God Jianghu said immediately. However, Lin Ling shook his head and continued to examine the white chain. His eyes gradually became serious. Although his current level of spirit formation was very high, he could tell that the chain was not something that a mere spirit formation master could deal with. There was also the power of the spirit nation within it. It needed the power of the spirit nation. It had to be solved. Lin Ling obviously didn't have the power of the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, leave quickly. There's more and more seawater. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, God Emperor Jianghu seemed to have realized something. The little skeleton beside him also looked at Lin Ling. Although he didn't say anything, he signaled Lin Ling to leave. Giant ghost, do you have a way to bring the pillar away? Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the pillar in the void. Since he couldn't get rid of the chain, he might as well bring the person away with the chain. Let me try. Giant ghost nodded. He thought of something and immediately said, Lin Ling, wait for me. After saying that, he rushed towards the big hole in the sky and disappeared into the void. Lin Ling was confused. However, just as he was worried, there was a deafening roar above his head. This caused a large amount of seawater to enter the void. The void looked as though it was about to collapse. Giant ghost, if you don't come back, we will be torn apart by the huge whirlpool. Seeing that, Lin Ling was even more worried. The seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. It was the entire ocean of the 8th level. Even a god wouldn't dare to go against the might of the ocean. Lin Ling, leave quickly. Emperor God Jianghu couldn't help but say again. Kakaka. The little skeleton also blinked its skull and looked at Lin Ling with eager eyes. However, Lin Ling still said firmly, Emperor God Jianghu, back then in the starry sky forest, you helped me. Today, I must bring you away. If I abandon you and leave, I will never be able to live in peace. But God Emperor Zhan still wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The rumbling sound in the sky gradually subsided. Then, a figure rushed out of the water. With a splash, the giant ghost appeared. Giant ghost! Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He was very tired now. If something happened to the giant ghost, he wouldn't be able to help. However, the giant ghost that had returned was clearly different. This was because it was carrying a massive stone tablet on its shoulder. It was the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this record of the 8 gods has the power of the void. Perhaps it can destroy that pillar. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he hugged the stone tablet and smashed it towards the pillar behind God Emperor Jianghu. Rumble. With every smash, the void trembled a little. God Emperor Jianghu's strength was sealed. However, he was still a powerful god. At this moment, he used all his strength and wanted to pull out the pillar behind him. The pillar was stuck in the void. It was very mysterious. Under the combined strength of the two, cracks appeared in the void below the pillar. Hurry up! Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the seawater that kept pouring down and became more and more uneasy. He didn't know how the island was now. However, he had a feeling that it had been completely destroyed. He would never have thought that because of his battle, the entire island would be destroyed. After this, the Spirit Nation would put out a bounty on his head. Hurry up! There seems to be a powerful existence in the sea. Lin Ling's soul strength recovered quickly. He could already sense the changes above him. He even sensed that there were many blue giants wreaking havoc on the island. Boom! At this moment, an arm stretched out from the hole in the void. It seemed to be fishing for something. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face changed. It was indeed a blue giant. Bang! Almost at the same time, the pillar behind God Emperor Jianghu was finally pulled out. After pulling out the pillar, God Emperor Jianghu's strength recovered rapidly. Although the chain still trapped him, it only brought him some inconvenience. Gang! He roared and his fist turned platinum. Then he looked at the void below him and smashed it. The little skeleton had also transformed into a skeleton king and was also smashing into the void. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the void like glass. However, at this moment, there were more and more blue arms in the sky. They were crazily fishing for something. Lin Ling was well aware of the strength of these blue giants. Even treasure god Nan Wufengyu was powerless against them, so even if God Emperor Jianghu was here, it would still be an arduous and unrewarding task. Let me help you. Lin Ling's body recovered a part of its strength. He held tyrannical song in his hand and smashed it into the void below him. This smash was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Space shattered and revealed a large hole, and the raging seawater surged into the hole. The speed of its impact was so strong that even an ordinary martial god would be forcefully torn apart. A huge whirlpool appeared and the seawater sucked Lin Ling and the others downwards. Just as they disappeared, a few huge arms came over. However, there was nothing. If Lin Ling and the others were a step later, besides God Emperor Jianghu, everyone would have died there. Rumble. In the whirlpool, even someone as strong as God Emperor Jianghu couldn't change anything. He could only go with the flow. Lin Ling could only hear a deafening sound. His body felt as though it was being torn apart and he gradually fainted. After an unknown period of time, there was the sound of water ripples. The gentle seawater was like a woman's hand, gently caressing Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Lin Ling woke up and his face changed. He looked around and immediately realized that he was in a cave. However, there was seawater all around and seaweed was swaying not far away. At the bottom of the sea. A guess immediately arose in Lin Ling's mind. Lower your voice. Just then, two figures walked into the cave. It was God Emperor Jianghu and the giant ghost. They looked cautious. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly held his breath and suppressed his jie-qi. His body was like a dead object. God Emperor Jianghu sensed the changes outside the cave. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. They finally left. Then he and the giant ghost looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You have been unconscious for a year. A year. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. He sensed his body and realized that he had unknowingly reached the peak of martial god realm. The jie-qi in his body was rolling and it was 30% stronger than before. Chapter 43:18. Lin Ling was shocked. However, he couldn't be bothered to check the change in power. Instead, he looked at Emperor God Jianghu and the others. After all, he saw that Emperor God Jianghu and the others were cautious. It meant that there was definitely danger outside. A year ago, we were swept here by the whirlpool. This seems to be the lair of the blue giants. Looking at Lin Ling's gaze, Emperor God Zhan Steel said bitterly. Most importantly, these blue giants seem to be looking for us. The giant ghost floated to Lin Ling and turned into the size of a fist as he spoke helplessly. Seems like there's trouble. Lin Ling frowned. He knew the strength of Emperor God Zhan Steel and the giant ghost. If they had the chance, they would have left this place long ago. However, they were trapped here for a year. This meant that the bottom of the sea was filled with blue giants. What about Spirit Nation? Shaking his head, Lin Ling asked again. In this year, a large number of experts from Spirit Nation were swept into the bottom of the sea and died in the hands of the blue giants. This time, Spirit Nation's vitality was greatly damaged. However, half a year ago, Spirit Nation's great god came and saved the remaining people with supreme divine light. He then took them away. Emperor God Zhan Steel said. "Oh right, among those who were taken away, I saw Luli Empress and Han Xia. They didn't die." The giant ghost said to Lin Ling, Spirit Nation's great god is indeed powerful. He isn't afraid of the blue giants. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He remembered the man with the strange smile he saw back then. Then he asked, "Have you seen Grandpa Treasure God?" That god fought with Minister Ning. The battle was interrupted by the blue giants. The two of them are missing. They either died in the hands of the blue giants or escaped. Emperor God Zhan Steel said immediately. His words made Lin Ling worried. However, he couldn't help much now. Hence, he could only pray that Treasure God Grandpa was safe. Then, the three of them fell silent. Even if they were as powerful as gods, they felt as weak as ants in the 8th level of 8 Gods Heaven Palace. The 8 Gods Celestial Palace clearly hid the secrets of the era of the gods. Even in the era of the gods, it was no small matter. While they were silent, a sound came from outside. It was as if a blue giant had floated past, scaring Lin Ling and the others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fortunately, the bottom of the sea was vast, and there were many seaweeds and caves. Therefore, the giants did not notice Lin Ling and the others. After sensing that the blue giants had left, Lin Ling said softly, "Do you think these blue giants are looking for us? Otherwise, why would it not disperse for an entire year?" That's possible. After all, the bottom of the sea is so big, and there are so many people who fell from the island. Why are they wandering around nearby instead of searching elsewhere? Hearing that, Emperor God Zhan Gang nodded. "We can't go on like this. We can't be trapped here forever. Why don't we find a chance to escape?" Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. He felt that something big must have happened in the void of the 9 continents, so he wanted to rush back immediately. These blue giants are walking back and forth, but there is a pattern to them. We can give it a try. Emperor God Zhan Gang also agreed with Lin Ling's idea. The three of them waited for a moment. Finally, at a certain moment, they all burst out with speed and rushed out of the cave. "Over here." Emperor God Zhan Gang let out a low voice. His body split the seawater as he shot towards the east. Lin Ling also activated his 3rd stage talent fusion. 15 world speed burst out as he followed Emperor God Zhan Gang with all his might. Looking back, the giant ghost had already transformed into the size of a human. Did it also burst out with speed? Splitting the water. The three of them were very fast. Like 3 white lines, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sensing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhan Gang were delighted. At this speed, they would be able to escape from the blue giant's encirclement in less than 5 minutes. But at this moment, there was a change in the water. The speed of the water suddenly increased. Then, behind the giant ghost, a huge blue palm grabbed the giant ghost's right leg. Giant ghost! This change was too sudden. Even though Lin Ling's soul power had locked onto the surroundings, he couldn't sense it at all. "Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhan Gang, leave quickly. Don't bother about me." After the giant ghost was caught, it kept struggling but it couldn't break free from the arm's restraint. Hence, it didn't want to be a burden to Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhan Gang. Bullshit. How could Lin Ling abandon the giant ghost? He stopped and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. He looked behind the giant ghost and slashed. "Lin Ling." Seeing Lin Ling stop, Emperor God Zhan Gang sighed. In the end, he decided to help. However, he knew that if Lin Ling stopped, he would most likely be surrounded by the blue giants and perish there. However, Lin Ling and the giant ghost had saved his life. How could he not help? Kakaka. The little skeleton beside him also turned into a golden skeleton king. It held a huge leg bone and smashed it behind the giant ghost. "Steal!" God Emperor Jianghu roared and punched out with his fist. The god's stairs revolved around his fist and formed a grayish-brown energy. It caused the sea to turn upside down and a vacuum zone appeared. Rumble! The three of them weren't weak. When they attacked together, their attack power was terrifying. Even a god would have to avoid it. When it landed behind the giant ghost, it finally forced the giant hidden in the sea to reveal himself. Furthermore, the giant's body was continuously smashed into pieces. However, the blue giant was also very strong. Its broken body was recovering with the help of the water. No wonder treasure god Nanwu Fengyu couldn't do anything to it. It was indeed terrifying. Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment. Lin Ling knew that if the blue giant recovered, their previous attacks would be wasted. Hence, he also used the Stairs of Wisdom. The moment the Stairs of God appeared, it immediately sealed the blue giant and prevented it from recovering its injured body. On the side, Emperor God Jianghu was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the Stairs of God. Looking at its level, it wasn't weak at all. He knew very well that if Lin Ling's Stairs of God was an attack type, it would be able to kill the blue giant in one move. However, although the blue giant wasn't destroyed, it couldn't recover and looked a little weak. Die! Lin Ling seized the opportunity and unleashed his full strength, slashing at the giant with his sword. Emperor God Jianghu and Skeleton King naturally knew that they couldn't miss this opportunity. Hence, they attacked the giant as well. Boom! With an explosive sound, the gigantic blue giant was forcibly blasted apart, causing a terrifying whirlpool to appear in the sea. At this moment, the giant ghost broke free and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was delighted. He didn't expect the three of them to be so terrifying. They even killed the blue giant. One had to know that this was something that even Treasure God Grandpa couldn't do. Chapter 43:19. Too slow, we've been surrounded. Just then, Emperor God Jianghu said solemnly. A huge steel fortress appeared around him, and he seemed to have pushed his fighting strength to the limit. Of course, there was still a pillar behind him and the chains tied him to the pillar. Therefore, his strength was still suppressed by at least 30%. Hearing Emperor God Jianghu's words, Lin Ling looked around. There was only a rumbling whirlpool and it was blue in color. There didn't seem to be anything strange. However, when he looked carefully, he realized that there were huge silhouettes in the blue sea. There were many of them and they surrounded the surroundings tightly. It was those blue giants. Moreover, there was more than one of these blue giants. This time, it could be said that they were doomed. Boom boom boom. Those blue giants that were hidden kept getting closer to Lin Ling and the others. Their silhouettes became clearer and clearer. They were huge and they were like ancient trees surrounding Lin Ling and the others. At the center, Lin Ling and the others immediately felt a huge pressure that made them feel suffocated. After all, no matter what, these blue giants were stronger than the treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. With so many of them, even the thunder god would turn pale if he was here. Looks like we're going to die here. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. He knew that the three of them were no match for these blue giants. Yes, I didn't expect to die in the Eight Gods' celestial palace after escaping the Spirit Nation. Sigh, I heard that even a higher god wouldn't dare to barge into the Eight Gods' celestial palace. Now that I've seen it, it's not an undeserved reputation. No wonder no one dared to barge into the Eight Gods' celestial palace in the era of gods. Emperor God Jianghu sighed. He stretched out his steel arm and patted Skeleton King's head. Buddy, I didn't expect that after escaping the War of Gods and waking up not long ago, we're going to die here. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. This voice reverberated through the depths of the sea, giving off a dignified feeling. The blue giants that were walking forward immediately stopped. Then, the blue giants separated, and a blue giant that was hundreds of meters tall and held a blue trident in his hand strolled in. This giant was roughly the same as the other giants, but it was slightly larger and had a pitchfork in its hand. Tell me what you know about the Eight Gods' notes and I'll let you leave. The giant's transparent face looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said in a low voice, Records of the Eight Gods? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These blue giants actually wanted to know about the records of the 8 gods? This is too strange. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. The sea fork giant said again. Emperor God Jianghu and Giant Ghost immediately looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what choice Lin Ling would make. However, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the secret of the 8 gods' diary couldn't be revealed so easily. 3. The sea fork giant's voice sounded again as he looked at Lin Ling. He could see that among the 3, the gray-robed man had the most authority. I'm sorry, I can only tell your master about the records of the 8 gods. At this moment, Lin Ling also raised his head and said calmly, I'm their master. You can tell me. The giant's voice turned cold. Is that so? Why do I feel that your status isn't very high? So, let the Lord above you come. This way, I'll definitely tell you about the records of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling was still stubborn. He was determined not to say anything. The giant's huge body shook and the huge blue trident in his hand shot towards Lin Ling. The power was like the power of the entire sea. Lin Ling. Before the sea fork giant ghost and Emperor God Jianghu lost their balance from the impact. Therefore, they immediately shouted in worry. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His eyes focused on the incoming sea fork giant ghost. He was also gambling. He had a feeling that if he were to reveal the 8 gods' diary, the 3 of them would die here the very next moment. Therefore, only by meeting the master of the blue giant could he reveal the records of the 8 gods as an exchange. Rumble. The sea fork giant ghost looked huge, but it was as sharp as a blade. It was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. However, it still stopped in the end. The giant held the trident in one hand and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. If my sea fork giant ghost moves a bit closer, you'll die. Are you really not going to say anything? You don't dare to kill me. Lin Ling was expressionless, but his heart finally relaxed. This was because he knew that the giant had finally stopped. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. You're so confident. The giant said again. Currently, only the few of us know about the records of the 8 gods. If you kill us, you'll never get any information about the records of the 8 gods. Lin Ling said calmly. Therefore, you don't dare to kill me because you can't afford to gamble. Let your master speak. You have guts. The giant kept his sea fork giant ghost and said indifferently, previously I wouldn't have held back. However, at the crucial moment, my master told me not to kill you. Therefore, you've won the bet. Come with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Ling and God Emperor Jianghu looked at each other and laughed. You lunatic, you actually dared to bargain with these lunatics? If they don't like it, they can kill us in a blink of an eye. God Emperor Jianghu said helplessly after rejoicing. I'm a lunatic and they're lunatics too. Therefore, it's most appropriate for a lunatic to deal with a lunatic. Lin Ling shrugged and walked forward with large strides. The surrounding blue giants looked down at Lin Ling, but they all made way for Lin Ling and the other 2 to walk through the group of giants. Looking ahead, the water rippled and the giant with the sea fork giant ghost was leading the way. After walking for 2 hours, the coral seabed began to appear in front of them. It was very beautiful. Various colors shone brightly, making them feel as though they had come to a mythical world. A huge palace sat in the middle of the coral. It was also very beautiful. The reason why the palace was huge was because the gate of the palace was built according to the size of the blue giants. To Lin Ling and the others, even a pillar was as big as a mountain. As for the gate, it was undoubtedly similar to the gate of Starry Sky. Looking at both sides of the door, there were also 2 tall giants standing there. However, unlike the giants outside, they were both wearing bright coral armor. At that moment, they were looking down at Lin Ling and the other 2, seemingly a little surprised. Chapter 43:20. There were quite a number of people in this hall, but every single one of them was a giant. Upon closer inspection, they were not only in the form of blue giants, but also in the form of various fish species. Shark giants, crab giants, lobster giants, and so on. Their auras were powerful, as though they were the lords of the sea. In fact, every single one of them was a lord of the sea in the 9 continents void jade divine world. Now, these lords of the sea were looking at Lin Ling's group of 3, and a powerful pressure was quietly spreading out. At this moment, even God Emperor Zhangang's mouth was trembling. He had come from the era of gods and had seen countless gods, but this was the first time he had seen such a large formation. He was sure that even the gods of the era of gods would be frightened out of their wits if they saw these ancient characters. Lin Ling was also paying attention to these powerful gods, and he felt as though he had arrived at an ancient temple. However, compared to God Emperor Zhangang's shock, he was much better. After all, he knew more things. Before the era of gods, there was an ancient era, and those gods were still alive, but they had hidden themselves. Then, Lin Ling's gaze turned to the front. There was a coral throne, and on top of it sat an even larger giant. This was a giant in the form of a dragon king, because he had a dragon head and a human body. He wore the robes of the Four Seas garrison and a jade crown on his head. His dragon beard was long and fiery red. His hands were placed on the dragon throne, and he was looking down at Lin Ling. "You are Lin Ling." Suddenly, he let out a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, it caused the hearts of all the sea lords to tremble. They did not expect the Lord Dragon King to know this human's name. "I am the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and this is not the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but the Eastern Sea of the divine world." However, the divine world was destroyed, and the divine soil was lost, so this sea is only a part of the Eastern Sea. The reason you are here is because the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace leads to this Eastern Sea. The giant said again. "I see." Lin Ling was enlightened. He felt that such a huge existence like the blue giant would not hide in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It turned out that the blue giants of the 8 gods' heavenly palace were mostly in the Eastern Sea of the divine world. "You know me?" Lin Ling looked at the Dragon King and said, "Ha." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the huge East Sea Dragon King did not answer. Instead, he laughed loudly. "I'm afraid you're the only human who can remain calm after seeing me. Look at the little god behind you. He's so scared that his face is pale." He was naturally talking about Emperor God Zhanggang. "How dare you? Men, bring the wine." Then, under the East Sea Dragon King's voice, a goddess came over with a jug of wine. She put down the wine cup in front of Lin Ling and poured it for Lin Ling and the others with a smile. However, this wine cup was also very big. It was even taller than Lin Ling and the others, causing Steel Slayer God Lord and Giant Ghost to be speechless. How were they supposed to drink this? The wine of the East Sea Dragon King has long been famous. To be able to drink a mouthful of it, this trip was not in vain. On the contrary, Lin Ling raised the wine cup that was as tall as a person and drank it. Looking at his heroic appearance, the lords of the sea were full of praises. This human was indeed extraordinary. This reminded them of the expert who came to the East Sea Dragon Palace for the first time in ancient times. This god was also extraordinarily courageous. He even took away the sea-stabilizing divine needle that suppressed the sea eye of the East Sea. "I have neglected you previously. I hope you can forgive me." Looking at Lin Ling gulping down the wine, the East Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "It's okay. No discord, no concord." Lin Ling waved his hand casually and continued to gulp down the wine as though he was a whale swallowing the sea. The lords of the sea were shocked by Lin Ling's alcohol tolerance. After all, the sea heart coral wine could even make a god drunk. Well said, no discord, no concord. Just based on these words, I will make friends with you. The Dragon King waved his hand and got someone to pour more wine. Only then did he say, "In fact, there are many people in the current ancient era who have heard of your name. As for why, you will know in the future." Right, that is the will of the 8 gods, right? Then, the East Sea Dragon King looked at the giant ghost and said, "Of course, there was no need for Lin Ling to answer. He was sure of everything. The 8 gods are not dead yet. He is on the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. If he wants to know something, he will know it by going to the 9th floor. Moreover, the 8 gods know all the will of the 8 gods. Therefore, the 8 gods are the gods that the other gods pay attention to the most. However, there are only 7 people who can meet the 8 gods. These 7 people are the 7 wills of the 8 gods, representing the 7 emotions. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes were burning with a hint of deep meaning. The giant ghost stood there quietly like a yaksha, its fangs flashing. However, it had obtained the records of the 8 gods, so it already had a clear understanding in its heart. Unfortunately, it is very, very difficult to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace from here. Unless it is a god with great perseverance, great fighting spirit, and great fearlessness, only then will there be a 10% chance of success. Over the years, countless gods have tried to reach the 9th floor, but the number of people who died on the way is also as vast as the sea. The East Sea Dragon King continued, and if you want to take the safest path to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace, you can only find one person. Who? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling and the giant ghost raised their heads. Dragon subduing Arhat, this person is the reincarnation of a god. In this life, he is also known as Taoist Myriad Treasures. The East Sea Dragon King looked gravely at Lin Ling and said, Taoist Myriad Treasures? Lin Ling and the giant ghost looked at each other in shock. They naturally knew Taoist Myriad Treasures. The map of the 7th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace had been bought from him. Dragon subduing Arhat. Lin Ling was even more shocked than the giant ghost, because in Chinese mythology, dragon subduing Arhat was Jigong, and Taoist Myriad Treasures was sloppy and looked very similar to Jigong. However, he was obviously the reincarnation of Jigong. But what surprised Lin Ling was not this, but the 8th floor's will. According to the records of the 8 gods, the 6th will of the world was Taoist Myriad Treasures. This Taoist Myriad Treasures is really not simple. Lin Ling turned to look at the giant ghost and said, because this was also what the giant ghost had told him. Yes, I didn't expect him to be the only one who knows the key to the 9th floor. The giant ghost nodded. It seems that you all know Taoist Myriad Treasures. Seeing Lin Ling and the others' expressions, the East Sea Dragon King was clearly surprised. Chapter 43:21. Okay, the will of the 8th level is Taoist Myriad Treasures. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said directly, What? The Dragon King of the East Sea was shocked. He was shocked by this news. This was because he knew the origin of Taoist Myriad Treasures. He knew that although this person seemed frivolous, he was righteous. However, he didn't expect this person to be the will of the world. The will of the world is mysterious and ever-changing. Perhaps, the current Taoist Myriad Treasures is no longer the Taoist Myriad Treasures of the past. Or perhaps he is still the same but his thoughts have changed. In short, he was recorded in the records of the 8 gods. Then he must be the will of the world. Lin Ling also understood the Dragon King of the East Sea's thoughts. He knew that it was difficult for him to accept. Unfortunately, the will of the world was so huge that it wasn't difficult to change a person, even if that person was a good person back then. However, there were exceptions to everything. For example, Xiaoluan was also the will of the world, but at least she didn't reveal any thoughts of destroying the world. What about the second one? The Dragon King of the East Sea continued to ask. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost fell silent. In the end, Lin Ling said in a low voice, The second one is one of the 4 gods of the void of the 9 prefectures. His name is Lei Gong. Lei Gong. The Dragon King of the East Sea nodded again. However, he didn't see that Lin Ling's expression was very complicated. Because until now, he still found it difficult to admit that Lei Gong was one of the wills of the world. This news was too shocking. When Lin Ling saw the stone tablet in the ruins on the 7th level, it took him a long time to accept the news. Now, Lin Ling didn't know if Lei Gong knew that he was the will of the world. If he knew, would Lei Gong be able to accept it? Many of the wills of the world were destroyed in the War of the Gods. However, they are immortal and can be reincarnated. Therefore, the fate of those who are born with the will of the world has already been arranged. This is something they can't change. It can only be said that it is fated. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said, Moreover, during the Great War of the Gods, the Great War of the Primordial World, and the Great War of the Investiture of the Gods, not all of the world wills appeared together. Some of them are still in the great Tao of reincarnation. However, I have a feeling that in this era, 10 world wills will appear. Because in that universe, the Almighties guarding the strongest world will have noticed that the current world will is somewhat different, and it has become even crazier. Although I don't know why it's like this, these signs show that the real end of the world is not far away. Lin Ling and the others went silent when they heard this. Even if their strengths were formidable now, they were still tiny like ants when facing the formidable existences of the prehistoric era. Lin Ling, thank you for telling me about the 8 gods' notes. In return, I will help you become a god. After letting out a long sigh, the Dragon King of the East Sea collected his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He could also see that Lin Ling had not completely become a god, but he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a god. If you want to achieve godly ascension with me, you'll definitely achieve godly ascension. Of course, that's only if you don't die. Then, the Dragon King of the East Sea added, "Godly ascension." Lin Ling's eyes burned with passion. He naturally knew that it was extremely difficult to break through the martial god realm and become a god completely. One had to be recognized by the great path of the void. Only then would the most terrifying divine tribulation descend. However, not everyone could overcome such a divine tribulation as it covered a vast area. Because there were flaws in the martial path, the martial heart, the body, the level of the divine fetus, and so on. However, with the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could help Lin Ling achieve godly ascension. However, the process was much more difficult than breaking through on his own. If he failed, his cultivation would not regress, but he would die. It's really time-saving. After all, I haven't sensed the divine tribulation of the great path so far, and I don't know when the divine tribulation will descend. Since the Dragon King has a way, I, Lin Ling, will go all out. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He guessed that the void of the 9 states had undergone a drastic change. Therefore, in order to take the initiative, he had to become stronger. Straightforward. Then follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the Dragon King of the East Sea nodded in appreciation. He stood up and led Lin Ling forward. That was where the sea-steadying needle used to be. However, the sea-steadying needle is no longer there. I gave it to a close friend. However, the eye of the sea that the sea-steadying needle suppressed is the best place to become a god. The Dragon King of the East Sea said as they walked. You gave the sea-steadying needle to a close friend? Wasn't it snatched away? Lin Ling followed behind and suddenly asked suspiciously, "Rumble." The Dragon King of the East Sea slipped and almost fell. He looked extremely embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "He and I have been good friends for many years. How could he snatch it away? Back then, he begged me for a long time before I gave the sea-steadying needle to him." But that's not right. Why is it different from what I know? I remember that the expert snatched it forcefully. The old Dragon King was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He naturally knew what the sea-steadying needle was. It was the Rui Jianghu Bang. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea's close friend, it was the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. In Journey to the West, the great sage, Heaven's equal, had snatched the Rui Jianghu Bang forcefully when he first came to the East Sea Dragon Palace. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, his beard had almost been plucked off by the great sage, Heaven's equal. Rumble. The moment Lin Ling finished speaking, the Dragon King of the East Sea finally fell. The entire Dragon Palace shook. As for the Lords of the Sea behind him, they covered their mouths and snickered. They naturally knew about the embarrassing past. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. Very quickly, the Dragon King of the East Sea got up. The smile on his face was even more forced. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. As the Dragon King of his generation, he had actually been humiliated by a few juniors. However, how did this Lin Ling know about the ancient legends? Could it be that he was really the reincarnation of some almighty like those people had said? The group continued forward. Before long, they finally reached the mountains behind the Dragon Palace. The mountains were majestic, like gods sitting on the ground. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the mountains were full of scars and holes. Back then, when that close friend of mine obtained the sea-steadying needle, he waved it around in a fit of excitement. The entire East Sea tumbled. Those scars were left behind back then. It's a pity that my close friend has disappeared. Sighed. Looking at the mountains full of holes, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed softly. As for Lin Ling, his gaze was on the mountains. A huge vortex rose up. Below the vortex was a huge, deep pit. Legend had it that the sea-steadying needle was stuck here. Chapter 43:22. Then I'll go. Go! Lin Ling could sense the mystery of the Eye of the Sea, but he also knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lin Ling immediately shot forward. In mid-air, the real body of the Thunderlock appeared, and 8 wings appeared, allowing him to wreak havoc like a bolt of white lightning. Lin Ling, you must cross this Eye of the Sea. Go! Looking at Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhang and the giant ghost were a little nervous for Lin Ling. The eyes of the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts flickered. They knew very well that the Eye of the Sea had experienced countless years and seen the great tribulation of the gods. Therefore, as long as someone approached it, they would have to endure the great tribulation of the great Tao gods. The main reason was that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle, causing it to be unearthed. This caused the gods and Buddhas to be dissatisfied, and all the gods and Buddhas in the Eye of the Sea had set up a god's domain. However, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was too ferocious. When he waved the godly sea-steadying needle, he destroyed the great tribulation of the gods and Buddhas. Therefore, the great tribulation of the gods did not disturb the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Instead, it left a lot of trouble for him. Crackle. After Lin Ling got closer, he immediately sensed a terrifying whirlpool that wanted to tear his body apart. This whirlpool was very strange. Not only was it harmful to the physical body, but it was also fatal to the divine fetus, dantian, and soul. This also made Lin Ling realize that this whirlpool was several times more powerful than the East Sea whirlpool. First stage. Go! Lin Ling sensed that he could not hold on any longer, so he immediately increased his strength again. Now, he had not even reached the Eye of the Sea, but he had to use 60% of his strength. This showed how terrifying the huge pit was. It was hard to imagine how the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle. He was so powerful. After activating the first stage of the innate talent fusion, the pressure on Lin Ling lessened a little, but it didn't last for long. When he was about to approach the Eye of the Sea, he heard the endless sound of a tsunami, as if countless people were roaring in his ears. It gave him a splitting headache, and his soul almost exploded. However, the huge crater also appeared before his eyes. Looking at the crater up close, Lin Ling discovered that the crater was even bigger than he had imagined. It was hard to imagine just how big the sea-stabilizing divine needle was. Back then, the great sage Equaling Heaven was able to pull out the sea-stabilizing divine needle, but I'm not as powerful as that legendary figure. But if I can't even reach the Eye of the Sea, then what's the point of me practicing martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He looked up to the sky and roared. Second section. The 3 divine embryos erupted with power. Glaring Vajra, Human King's aura, and tyrannical Thunder Lake. These 3 gods stood guard behind Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's aura to rise crazily. This guy actually hid the talents of so many gods. He's not simple at all. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Lords of the Seas all looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling's methods, and they were a little surprised. This was because, from ancient times until now, they had seen countless gods come into being, as well as countless other worldlings. But for someone like Lin Ling, who had 7 divine embryos suppressed his entire life, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. It was hard to imagine how 7 different powers could be present in one body at the same time. Rumble. Looking at the Eye of the Sea, after the 3 divine embryos were activated, Lin Ling's strength soared, and he finally disappeared into the huge Eye of the Sea. However, when the Eye of the Sea sensed the arrival of life, it immediately overturned the seas and rivers, causing the entire East Sea to shake. It was as if the sea-stabilizing divine needle had been unearthed. It's begun. The Dragon King of the East Sea muttered to himself as he watched the tyrannical whirlpool soar into the sky. He knew that everything that followed would depend on Lin Ling himself. Rumble. Bang. 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 Inside the eye of the sea, Lin Ling finally understood how terrifying this place was. It was like a violent storm, and the tyrannical whirlpool rose from the bottom of his feet. It was as if countless hands were pressing on Lin Ling's body, wanting to tear him apart. Ah! Ah! Even with Lin Ling's strong physical body, he was still vomiting blood. This eye of the sea has a power that surpasses the steps of the gods. Ah! Lin Ling's mind seemed to explode. He held his head with both hands, and his whole body twitched non-stop. Right now, he felt as if he was the great sage equal to heaven, suppressed by the Buddha god in the Five-Finger Mountain and refined into a pill furnace. That feeling of powerlessness continued to spread out from his body, as if it was going to destroy him. However, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that within the huge whirlpool, there was a mysterious power that was constantly changing his body. His realm essence was currently transforming, turning into a power that was recognized by the divine world. This was divine origin. This power had the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous. If realm essence was the power of the 9 prefectures, then divine origin was the power of the divine world, or even the entire universe. Third stage. Sensing that he could no longer bear it, Lin Ling also let out an angry roar and used his final trump card. In the huge eye of the sea, the gray-robed Lin Ling appeared. The moment he appeared, his body that was originally moving with the whirlpool quietly stabilized. The third stage was too powerful. His realm essence, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine origin had all reached the peak. After stabilizing his body, Lin Ling took a deep breath. His eyes looked at the deep hole that was constantly surging with exploding whirlpools. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed down. He clearly knew that with this area, if he wanted to completely become a god, he was still lacking. Crash! After activating the 15 realm speed, Lin Ling continued to sink. However, as time passed, the terrifying pressure became greater and greater. Get lost! Crash! Lin Ling continued to attack, trying to destroy all the whirlpools around him. Now, his eyes were red and his hair was messy. He was going crazy again. Crash! However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound. A huge light appeared under his feet, forming a dazzling hot storm. Mixed with seawater, it wrapped around Lin Ling. Is it fire? Divine fire? Crash! Lin Ling was shocked. It was no longer a whirlpool of seawater? Ah! Crash! By the time he reacted, the firestorm had already wrapped around Lin Ling. It was constantly tearing him apart and burning him. Within the storm, Lin Ling's body was constantly being destroyed and fused together. His physical body was simply too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have died. There were no inner demons in the eye of the sea, but the tyrannical power was not something ordinary people could withstand. Therefore, in the era of the gods, even if people knew that the eye of the sea could allow one to undergo tribulation, very few people dared to do so unless they were crazy. Lin Ling was also forced by the situation. After all, if he had to wait for the Great Void Tribulation to arrive, he did not know how long it would take. He could not wait. Chapter 43:23. Damn it, there's more. More. Lin Ling sensed that the power was the power of frost. Then, he was wrapped in a frost storm and constantly frozen. Then, he was burned and destroyed by the firestorm and shattered into pieces of glass. However, his physical body could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, the fragments gave birth to Lin Ling, but they were baptized by the catastrophe again. More. More. Soon, Lin Ling let out another angry roar because he found that another black power was born under his feet. This time, it was the storm of the underworld. In the storm, countless underworld spirits came with chains, scythes, and soul-beating sticks. Lin Ling even saw Meng Pe, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Whoosh! After the black storm wrapped around Lin Ling sensed that countless underworld spirits were tearing his soul apart. Is this bullshit catastrophe really so difficult to pass? More. Lin Ling held his head and kept kicking in the air. Now, in addition to his physical body, his soul was also destroyed. If he wanted to take a shortcut and become a god quickly, the process was obviously very simple. Sometimes, the vast void was also very fair. However, the black storm was not the end, because under Lin Ling's feet, there were a few storms of different colors that came gushing from the back of the mountain. There was divine thunder. There was a blade. There was a curse. More and more storms wrapped around Lin Ling, as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling here. Rumble! In the distance, people stared ahead without blinking. They could see that there were storms of different colors in the huge sea eye in front of them. It was very terrifying. The sea eye tribulation, from ancient times to the age of gods, very few people succeeded. 99% of them died there. The Dragon King of the East Sea narrowed his eyes and said lightly. His red beard swayed quietly under the waves. He looked calm, but in fact he was a little nervous. Since the success rate is so high, Dragon King, why did you let Lin Ling undergo the tribulation? Hearing this, the giant ghost couldn't help but cry out in worry. It almost rushed over to grab the Dragon King's beard and viciously pull it out. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea didn't mind the giant ghost's rudeness. He calmly said, "Those who can cross such a great calamity are all variables in the void. My close friend back then was one of them." Bullshit. Lin Ling is just an ordinary person from the sacred land of the rainforest. How could he be a variable in the void? You've killed him. When the giant ghost saw that the light from the sea eye was becoming more and more blinding, he became even more worried. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the giant ghost finally couldn't take it anymore. It flew over and landed on the Dragon King of the East Sea's dragon whiskers, pulling them furiously. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the ocean overlords all shouted angrily. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea waved his hand indifferently. His eyes were still staring in the direction of the sea eye. He suddenly laughed and said, "Lin Ling might be a variable in the void." He knew very well that in ancient times, Lin Ling's name had been praised by many ancient almighties. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary existence, how could those ancient almighties remember Lin Ling's name? This was also the reason why he brought Lin Ling to the sea eye to undergo the tribulation. Of course, he was also taking a gamble. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary person, then he might have died in the sea eye. This also proved that the ancient almighties had misjudged Lin Ling. In fact, I've been observing him before, but I discovered that although he has 7 divine embryos, he's still far from being a variable in the void. Therefore, I've always been curious about what makes him different. The Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said softly, "Boom." At this moment, 7 rays of light of different colors suddenly shot out from the huge eye of the sea. They were Lin Ling's 7 divine embryos. Moreover, these 7 divine embryos seemed to be a little different than usual. There was an indescribable power in them. Although this power was very dim, even a trace of it seemed to be able to reverse the universe and change the void of the entire universe. The Dragon King of the East Sea's pupils contracted. The ocean overlords also opened their mouths wide. What was that? It's his Danton. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly let out a shocked roar. The giant ghost under his neck also stopped plucking the Dragon King of the East Sea's beard and looked at the sea eye in shock. Danton. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling seemed to be able to form a dantian. Could this be the reason why the ancient almighties valued Lin Ling? It should be his dantian. Legend has it that when 9 by 9 returns to 1, the creators will awaken and fight against the world's will. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly became agitated, his body trembling. In his mind, the primordial age, the age of the gods, and even the primordial age that he had never seen before flashed past his mind. The famous gods of those eras, Jiang Taigong, Neza, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, the great sage, heaven's equal, the Jade Emperor, and other experts also appeared quietly and then disappeared. However, these famous deities and Buddhas didn't have a variable like Linling, who had the unique trait of returning 9 to 1. At this time, a multicolored beam of light shot out from the huge eye of the sea, causing the water of the entire East Sea to move. Within the beam of light, a figure seemed to be bathed in it and slowly floated up. This person had his arms crossed in front of his chest. His clothes were tattered, and his muscles were bleeding profusely. However, his eyes were bright as he stared coldly ahead. Even though blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth, he was unmoved. He was Linling. Previously, he had almost been torn apart by the sea eye's power. However, at the critical moment, his dantian was suddenly stimulated by a powerful force, causing his 7 dantians to fuse. One had to know that Linling's third talent fusion had always been talent fusion. He had never tried to fuse his dantian. After all, this represented 7 different powers, the 7 Dao universes. However, under the stimulation of external forces, this time, the fusion was complete. After the fusion, his dantian became vast and mysterious, and there were strands of mysterious power that quietly overflowed. It was this power that helped Linling to survive the sea eye's calamity. Now, the power of the calamity was quietly diminishing, so Linling was also recovering quickly. Bathed in the beam of light, Linling also noticed that his talents were increasing rapidly. The talents of the double dragon had reached the 5th grade. Chapter 43-24. And this was precisely divine essence. With this power in his body, Linling sensed that the power contained in the vortex and the light beam around him could not affect him at all. Linling was like a sea-stabilizing needle in a raging sea. He would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. I've finally become a deity. My cultivation is now at the early stage of the lower deity realm. Linling muttered to himself. He looked at the people in the distance and said calmly, "I'm still alive." After he said that, the Dragon King of the East Sea and the others laughed excitedly. After so many years, Linling could be considered one of the few people who had survived the calamity of the Eye of the Sea. The giant ghost and Emperor God Zhang Gang looked excited. They were happy for Linling. When Linling was at the martial god realm, he could already fight against an early-stage lower deity. If he reached the early stage of the lower deity realm, he would be unrivaled among the lower deities. Times have changed. Now, there is one more deity who has been recognized by the void. Let's go. He will be comprehending it soon. Let's wait for him at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. He then left with the others. The giant ghost suppressed the excitement in its heart and gave Linling, who was still floating in the pillar of light, a thumbs up. They left. Seeing that everyone had left, Linling focused on bathing in the light pillar. He sensed that the light pillar had suppressed all the power that had destroyed him previously. However, the power was no longer hostile. Instead, it was a power that made him feel comfortable. It was nourishing his body. Therefore, Linling did not want to waste this power. He absorbed it with all his might. My divine energy is increasing rapidly. My soul energy is also increasing. My physical strength is also increasing. The benefits of becoming a deity were obvious. Linling was surprised. No wonder so many martial gods wanted to become a deity. Unknowingly, his soul force had reached the level of 100,000, stepping into the level of 100,000. As for his physical strength, he already had the power of 500,000 worlds. If he fused with the third stage talent, he could reach the power of 1.5 million worlds. Of course, this large increase was mainly due to the 7 divine embryos. The effects of the 7 divine embryos were naturally not as simple as 1 + 1. Looking at his speed again, his original speed was 150,000 realms. If he fused with his innate talent, he could reach 200,000 realms. As for the power of divinity, it was 2,000 strands of power of divinity. If it was the third stage, it would be one of the 6,000 Daos. This was another huge leap. No wonder divine embryos are so important to gods. The higher the grade of the divine embryo, the more divine power it can bring," said Lin Ling in astonishment. He knew that even if the others had stepped into early-stage low-god realm, the extent of their improvement would not be as great as his. After all, if he was the only one who had made a breakthrough, it would mean that all 7 of them had made a breakthrough as well. Of course, Lin Ling also felt lucky that he was able to successfully break through. If he did not possess the primal chaos divine formula, he would have died in the eye of the sea. This also confirmed Lin Ling's conjecture that the primal chaos divine formula was the #1 cultivation technique in the void. Now, if I were in the land of the 9 prefectures, I might even be able to take on the 4 great gods head-on. Lin Ling took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and waited for the energy around him to continuously flow into his body. Time passed just like that. After an unknown period of time, the sea gradually calmed down. The pillar of light that shot up to the sky became dimmer and dimmer before finally disappearing. A figure floated down from the eye of the sea. With a wave of his right hand, a blue robe covered his body. After tying up his long hair, the newcomer left along the mountains. In the Dragon Palace, when everyone knew that Lin Ling had come out of seclusion, they all came to welcome him with smiles. In the huge hall of the Dragon Palace, the lords of the sea were all standing there. "Congratulations, congratulations. Now, there's another god." The Dragon King of the East Sea cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. His attitude was also different from before. He no longer considered himself as a senior, but as an equal to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had become a god, and a god with extraordinary potential. Therefore, the Dragon King of the East Sea naturally let go of his previous attitude. He handed it over. "I'm indebted to the old Dragon King for your help. I thank you here." After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that he was more familiar with the great Tao of the Void. Unknowingly, his soul seemed to know many things. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable and unclear. Therefore, he did not feel as amazed as before when he faced the Dragon King of the East Sea. Instead, he felt that everything was normal. Of course, everyone noticed this slight change. They knew that Lin Ling's attitude was mainly because Lin Ling's strength had increased too much. Unknowingly, he had narrowed the gap between him and the Dragon King of the East Sea. Celestial Emperor Jianghu could not do the same. Whether it was in the past or now, whenever he saw the Dragon King of the East Sea, he would more or less revere him. "Lin Ling, congratulations." At this moment, the giant ghost smiled. As he looked like a yaksha, his smile gave off a sinister vibe. However, Lin Ling was too familiar with the giant ghost. Therefore, the sinister vibe felt more intimate to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also noticed that ever since the giant ghost obtained the Diary of the 8 Gods, he had changed a lot. He gave off the vibe of the 8 Gods. "Early low god. You are the fastest person I have ever seen to become a god." Celestial Emperor Jianghu sized up Lin Ling and suddenly said, "Lin Ling, I am a mid-stage low god. Why don't we have a spar?" Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, he felt that Lin Ling's fighting strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Sure. Lin Ling had no reason to refuse, because he also wanted to test out his own strength. "Come." Celestial Emperor Jianghu accepted the challenge immediately. After drinking the wine in his hand, he stepped out and came to the center of the hall. The hall was incomparably grand. Even if the 2 of them were gods, their battle would not affect the hall. Lin Ling also took a sip of wine and immediately walked out. The 2 of them stood hundreds of meters apart and looked at each other with a smile. However, although they didn't seem to make a move, the void between the 2 of them was quietly turbulent at this moment. Waves of powerful divine origin were colliding with each other. These divine origin had the power to reverse the universe and distort black and white. This was also the first time Lin Ling used his divine origin to fight. He realized that his divine origin was much stronger than he had imagined. "Come out!" Lin Ling roared and took the lead. He waved his right hand and his divine origin surged. Then, thunderous crackling sounds could be heard. Colorful lights appeared and lingered around. They turned into colorful weapons. Chapter 43-25. There were many effects of divine origin. At some point, it could be comparable to soul power. It could be used to predict fortune, change one's fate, or even change a realm. Then, Lin Ling had turned his divine origin into a weapon. This was one of the means of divine origin. In actual fact, as long as Lin Ling wanted to, he could turn his divine origin into anything. This was one of the means of a god. Do you think you are the only one who can transform? Emperor God Jianghu smiled faintly and waved his right hand. Black divine origin appeared and turned into countless steel weapons. Then they started fighting with the weapons that Lin Ling had turned into. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was extremely intense. The fighting power was ferocious and comparable to an early-stage martial god. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Emperor God Jianghu. He threw a punch out. Good lad. When he is controlling a weapon to fight, he can still fight. With this move, Lin Ling is more powerful than an ordinary early-stage lower god. Seeing Lin Ling's carefree look, many ocean lords laughed. The crab-like ocean king even clapped his two pincers. However, the way he clapped looked a little weird. Good one. Emperor God Jianghu's body turned black. His arm was so black that it was dazzling. It was like an indestructible steel. He threw a punch at Lin Ling. Emperor God Jianghu's strength is not bad. He has a strand of God steps. Although it is very little, it is enough to be proud. After all, many middle gods do not have God steps. However, Lin Ling has just broken through. Emperor God Jianghu is too embarrassed to use God steps. Seeing Emperor God Jianghu attack, the surrounding ocean lords evaluated. Don't underestimate him. When that guy was in martial god realm, he already had God steps. Moreover, his comprehension level is extremely high. Emperor God Jianghu could not help but scold the ocean lords. During this period of time, he had become familiar with the ocean lords. He was just in awe of the East Sea Dragon King. Boom! The two of them came from afar and collided fiercely. At the center of their fists, the void shattered like glass. There was an illusion of another universe. Moreover, the experts of that universe could also see the battle between the two gods through the void. Each and every one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Those who were timid even began to prostrate themselves in worship, because the cultivators in that expanse of the void had never seen such a strong cultivator. Battle of creation gods, battle of gods. They roared towards the sky. Emperor God Jianghu. Lin Ling Emperor. You better use your full strength. Emperor God Jianghu laughed. Previously, he was afraid that he would hurt Lin Ling. Therefore, he had suppressed his strength. Now, he realized that he had been overthinking. Because after he collided with Lin Ling, he noticed that Lin Ling's divine energy was so thick that it wasn't much inferior to a mid-stage low god like him. Lin Ling's advantage was not only his divine origin but also his physical body that was comparable to a divine demon. Kakaka. Veins appeared on Emperor God Jianghu's steel arm. Upon closer inspection, it looked as though there was black blood flowing down his arm. Xian Gang. He roared. His voice was like thunder. A total of 4,000 streaks of divine origin burst out from his fist. First stage fusion. Lin Ling also roared. His body began to change quietly. Countless tentacles appeared behind him. 3,000 streaks of divine origin were reflected back. Good fellow. Emperor God Jianghu roared. Although Lin Ling's divine origin was 1,000 streaks less than his, Lin Ling's other advantages were strong and made up for the lack of divine origin. 3,000 worlds, magnificent wind Xian Gang. Emperor God Jianghu activated his divine origin again and reached 5,000 streaks. Around his body, a huge black circle appeared. It was like a fortress and also like a complicated divine rune. It provided Emperor God Jianghu with great power. Lin Ling's arm began to tremble. His eyes twinkled. Emperor God Jianghu was a figure from the era of gods. The divine origin that he possessed was very strong. Moreover, it had the taste of steel. Steel was the hardest and indestructible. Second stage. Facing such an ancient god, Lin Ling did not hide anything. Human King, King Kong, and God of Thunder appeared behind him. The three divine embryos were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. 7th grade divine embryo. Emperor God Zhang eyes narrowed. Although he had a 9th grade divine embryo, facing Lin Ling's 3 divine embryos together, he immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Moreover, Lin Ling's 2nd stage innate talent fusion allowed him to sense that Lin Ling had 4,000 streaks of divine origin. However, its power was comparable to 6,000 streaks of divine origin. The reason was that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. This strength is similar to Grey Robe Lin Ling's. Emperor God Zhang recalled the time when the 3 of them worked together to kill the blue giant. At that time, Lin Ling's strength was as strong as it was now. However, if he did not hear wrongly, the current Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage innate talent fusion. Lin Ling, I'll let you see my divine embryos. Emperor God Zhang suppressed the shock in his heart. When his fist came into contact with Lin Ling's fist, a pitch-black light suddenly engulfed Lin Ling's fist. When it came into contact with Lin Ling's arm, it caused Lin Ling's arm to turn pitch-black, as though it had been tempered. What? Lin Ling lowered his head to take a look. His expression changed instantly. Hee, this is the power of my innate talent. A 9th grade divine embryo that can absorb black iron. Back then I was from the spaceship Divine Hall and was quite famous there. Now that it has been engulfed by my black iron, unless it's a Tao of mutual restraint, it's impossible to break it. Emperor God Zhang chuckled as he saw the black iron continue to engulf Lin Ling. That's not necessarily true. However, before the laughter ended, Lin Ling's body shook and the 7 divine embryos exploded at the same time. The black iron that covered the surface of his body immediately cracked. Then, it peeled off like an eggshell. This time, the real Lin Ling in the gray robe had appeared. Bang bang bang. Emperor God Zhang was hit by the aura and took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. Was this Lin Ling's full strength? That was too ferocious. He could fight with a mid-stage lower god. Awesome, bullshit. After a long time, Emperor God Zhang spat out these 2 sentences. Then, he shook his head helplessly. It seems like there's no need to spar. I, a mid-stage lower god, am not your match. Emperor God Zhang, you haven't used your full strength. As for me, I've used my full strength. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he exited the innate talent fusion stage. Then, his soul power had increased greatly. Therefore, the time he could fuse had increased by a lot. Chapter 43:26. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. Because his fighting power could actually increase by another 10 to 20%. Especially now that he had reached the step of wisdom, it was no small matter. It wouldn't be difficult to seal Emperor God Zhang. Lin Ling, after you became a god, your strength is much stronger than before. When the Dragon King of the East Sea saw that the sparring had ended, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling was also one of the more special existences among the gods he had met, just like his close friend back in the day. In fact, in the Age of the Gods and the Primordial Era, every famous god had their own unique skills that made them famous. For example, his close friend's 8-9 arcane art, a certain god's divine tree that could farm any treasure, or some ancient almighty being's unparalleled speed. Lin Ling's unique skills were naturally his unparalleled divine origin and divine embryo. Thank you for your hospitality, Dragon King. However, I'm afraid something big has happened in the void of the 9 states, so I have to rush back immediately. I hope you can forgive me. At this moment, Lin Ling cupped his hands and said to the old Dragon King, You should be talking about the 8 gods' diary. The Dragon King of the East Sea said solemnly, Now, the hosts of the world are beginning to descend one by one. Sigh, the world's righteous path is full of vicissitudes. You should go back quickly. Don't let the world will succeed. Once the world will descends, no one can stop it. But Lin Ling nodded. After cupping his hands, he left with the giant ghost and Emperor God Zhang. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at Lin Ling and said to the Lords of the Sea, Don't you think he's like my close friend back then? A little. The Lords of the Sea looked at each other and laughed. They're a little alike. They're both fearless. However, Lin Ling is calmer than my close friend. He's also one of the variables in the void. I hope he can change the entire universe. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked into the distance and sighed. He didn't know what the world would look like when the 9 nines returned to 1 appeared. Perhaps this was one of the things that could resist the will of the world. At this moment, after Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhang Gang left the Dragon Palace, they swam along the sea. After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that the surrounding tyrannical seawater had weakened a lot. Dear guests, if you wish to leave the 8th floor, please head to the Lost Island. At this time, the surrounding seawater changed and turned into blue giants. They spoke human language and were very polite to Lin Ling and the other two. Alright, please lead the way. Lin Ling naturally knew that this was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's intention. Moreover, everything was as Grandpa Treasure God had said. The blue giant was indeed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's bodyguard. Oh right, did you see a powerful old man? Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought about Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu and immediately asked the blue giant. They are in the south of the ocean and they are still fighting. What surprised Lin Ling was that these blue giants actually knew the whereabouts of Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu. Moreover, Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu was still fighting? Bring me there immediately. Lin Ling's face turned cold. He was a little worried about Grandpa Treasure God. All right, dear guests. The blue giants nodded. Then, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest were slow, they immediately let Lin Ling ride on their shoulders. Actually, Lin Ling and the rest were not slow, they just had to use all their strength. However, this kind of speed consumed a lot of god origin energy. On the other hand, the blue giants were formed from the sea. Not only were they fast, they did not even need to use any strength. Immediately, a large group of blue giants rushed towards the east. That direction was beyond the 8 gods' heavenly palaces area and did not belong to the Eastern Sea. Therefore, even if they knew that Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu was fighting, they were too lazy to care. Their goal was to protect the Dragon Palace. So fast. Standing on the giant's shoulder, Lin Ling felt the sound of seawater rumbling in his ears. After assessing, he immediately knew that this was a speed of 300,000 world realms, which was slightly faster than his own speed. Almost there. Not long after, the blue giant under Lin Ling's feet said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to immediately look into the distance. Looking up, he saw an island floating in the sea in the distance. It was also covered in bubbles, but at this moment, the island was constantly emitting light, as if there were flowers blooming on the island. The light was obviously brought about by a powerful battle. It's still a battle. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The battle between Grandpa Treasure God and Lord Ning started when he destroyed the underground palace and continued until now. As expected of a battle between gods. Boom boom boom. At this moment, on the island, the fierce battle was still going on. The entire island was now in ruins. There were no plants or creatures to be seen, only countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching the battle. Looking at the ground, there were craters with a radius of 10,000 miles everywhere, covering the entire island. Treasure God, let's see how long you can last. A cold voice floated out. Under the sky, a figure stood there. His clothes were tattered, but his divine aura was awe-inspiring. He was Minister Ning. This man was no longer as gentle and refined as before. Instead, he was a little crazy. He was like a mad god. Of course, Minister Ning was in a sorry state, but Nan Wolfenyu wasn't much better off. His clothes were tattered and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His silver hair was no longer lustrous. You can't last much longer. Looking at Minister Ning with his tired eyes, Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu laughed heartily. However, as he laughed, a few of his teeth fell out. Ha! Look at your miserable appearance. You're so embarrassing. Seeing Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu's appearance, Minister Ning couldn't help but laugh. But as he laughed, he also vomited blood. Haha. This time, it was Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu's turn to laugh. In the distance, countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching this scene with serious eyes. This was because these two experts had been fighting for a year. The battle was so intense that it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. That kind of power could kill any martial god realm expert. It's hard to imagine that they could use such terrifying power for a year. Someone said in a low voice with a hint of shock in his voice. They're evenly matched. Someone else said, boom boom boom. As they were talking, the two of them collided again, blasting a large number of craters into the ground that was already full of holes. This is the 325th time. Everyone immediately retreated. Their bodies were protected by vital energy as they watched the battle in the distance with solemn eyes. Chapter 43:27. Seeing the two gods fighting without any regard for their lives, many people felt that victory or defeat would be decided in this short period of time. If Nan Wufenyu loses, remember, you must kill him. His body is full of treasures and must be offered to the spirit nation. At this time, a deep voice suddenly came, causing many people to turn around and see a man in a long robe. Holy Spirit! People immediately bowed, knowing that this man was the current Holy Spirit, Han Xie. Lord Holy Spirit, are we going to kill Nan Wufenyu? Someone looked at Han Xie and asked. That's right, this is also Lord Ning's intention, as well as the intention of the Spirit Nation's great god. Anyone who goes against the Spirit Nation must die, especially those who will never submit. Lord Ning also said that Nan Wufenyu treasure god will never submit, adding on the fact that he caused a ruckus on the island and let Steel Slayer god go. Emperor, this is a great crime. Han Xie said word by word, his eyes cold. Thinking about Lin Ling and the others who died at the bottom of the ocean, he was extremely unhappy because in his opinion, Lin Ling should have died by his hands. Boom. At this time, a dazzling sun appeared in the sky. Two forces crazily clashed. One was the power of wind and rain, the other was the power of frost. The power of the sun constantly spewed out, causing the earth to become stormy and frost to fill the sky. But at this time, a groan suddenly came out. The old man with the fluttering hair suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, Minister Ning, you actually borrowed the power of the Spirit Nation. You have an unfair advantage. Ha! The Spirit Nation's power is also my power. How is this unfair? We've fought for 400 days, now there should be a result. On the other side, Minister Ning sneered. In fact, he had reached his limit. However, a mysterious power suddenly came and provided him with a portion of his power. He knew that this power came from the great god of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, the great god of the Spirit Nation also sent a message to him. It was to kill Nan Wufenyu. Therefore, although he had an unfair advantage, he did not dare to disobey the great god of the Spirit Nation. He waved his hand, and the giant sun in front of him drowned out the treasure god of Nan Wufenyu. The latter let out a painful roar. Boom! The sun suddenly exploded, revealing treasure god Nan Wufenyu's body. However, he was now covered in blood and his eyes were filled with madness. However, Minister Ning could see that Nan Wufenyu had reached his limit. Treasure god, our grudges can be traced back to the era of the gods. We have fought many times, and if it wasn't you who was injured, then it was me who was injured. I didn't think that today, this bond would come to an end. Minister Ning walked step by step towards Nan Wufenyu treasure god. His eyes, which were originally filled with madness, had unknowingly recovered. There was an additional trace of yearning and reluctance. Even though he hated Nan Wufenyu as well, he still had a friendly relationship with this old man after countless years of war. Therefore, his relationship with treasure god Nan Wufenyu was very strange. They seemed to be enemies, but they also seemed to appreciate each other. Yeah, I didn't expect it to end here either. Nan Wufenyu treasure god now knew about him. With his current strength, he could fight against a martial god, but clearly not against Minister Ning. We fought 300 times, right? Suddenly, Nan Wufenyu treasure god whispered. Seeing Minister Ning nod, he smiled. In fact, after fighting for so long, other than the stubbornness in my heart, I don't hate you at all. Minister Ning stopped and nodded. Ha! They glanced at each other, then let out heroic smiles. That was because they were also friends that had been forged through fighting. Let's do it. After Nan Wufengyu Treasure God laughed, he suddenly felt relieved and said, "She's been waiting for me for a long time. I should go accompany her." Hearing this, Minister Ning's eyes became serious. There was an additional trace of reluctance. It was as if in the future, he had lost an enemy who dared to fight against him with all his strength. This made him feel like he had lost something important. "Sorry, Minister Ning, sometimes can't help myself." Minister Ning's arm, which was hanging by his leg, quietly gathered a powerful force. "I know." Nan Wufengyu Treasure God smiled. "Dying in your hands is better than dying in the hands of those who want to cause trouble. At least, I've fought with you more than 300 times, and after 300 times, you've succeeded in killing me. But before I die, I want to know what she said to you." Minister Ning's heart trembled. He almost wanted to say it, but for some reason, he didn't want to say it. "Speak." Nan Wufengyu Treasure God roared when he saw Minister Ning's silence. "I'm sorry, I can let you do anything, but there are two things that I can't let you do. First, the Spirit Nation, and second her." Minister Ning shook his head in the end. He couldn't tell Nan Wufengyu Treasure God that she said before she died that she loved Nan Wufengyu Treasure God. "Treasure God, rest in peace." Then Minister Ning attacked. "You bastard!" Nan Wufengyu Treasure God cursed. He was about to die, but Minister Ning still didn't say anything. "He's finally dead." In the distance, the experts of the Spirit Nation narrowed their eyes. Han Xie's lips curled up in anticipation because the Spirit Nation had promised him that if Nan Wufengyu Treasure God died, his body would belong to Han Xie. Nan Wufengyu Treasure God was a late lower god, so his body was naturally incomparably precious. "Grandpa Treasure God, I'll save you." However, just as Minister Ning was about to attack, a loud roar suddenly sounded, shocking the entire island. Almost instantly, everyone raised their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. Minister Ning and Han Xie's bodies trembled, and their eyes widened. They said at the same time, "Lin Ling? How is that possible? Didn't Lin Ling die at the bottom of the sea?" After recovering from his shock, Han Xie gritted his teeth and said, "When the island collapsed, countless people fell to the bottom of the sea and were killed by the blue giant. This was something he had seen with his own eyes. If it wasn't for the great god of the Spirit Nation, he, Han Xie, would have died there. But now Lin Ling was still alive? Lin Ling. When Nan Wufengyu Treasure God heard this, his heart of death suddenly saw a ray of light. He had fought with Minister Ning for countless years, and he was also tired. However, Minister Ning didn't say the words she said before she left. This made Nan Wufengyu Treasure God very unwilling. If he didn't hear those words, he didn't want to die. And now Lin Ling had come to help him. This brat is really so powerful. Chapter 43:28. Treasure God, do you think Lin Ling will be of any help? Maybe I'll kill him too. But soon, Minister Ning sneered and looked at Nan Wufengyu. Nan Wufengyu's eyes narrowed. Yes, with Lin Ling's strength, how could he be Minister Ning's opponent? However, he suddenly thought of something. After all, during the battle on the island, everyone thought Lin Ling was going to drink Meng Po's soup and go to the underworld. But Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he destroyed the island. So now, everything was possible. I said before that Lin Ling was a message arranged by the heavens. She told me through Lin Ling that she must love me. Now that Lin Ling is here, it proves her feelings even more. At this thought, Nan Wufengbao smiled brilliantly. Treasure God, you're dreaming, Minister Ning said in a low voice. He obviously thought of the island. Now, I'll kill the will of the heavens right in front of you. This will also prove that everything is just your imagination. She loves me. Then, Minister Ning roared and his divine energy surged. His eyes looked into the distance, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, just as he took a step in the sky, he stopped abruptly. Looking at the Spirit Kingdom experts on the island, they originally wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. But after seeing the scene in the distance, none of them dared to move. The more cowardly ones were so scared that their faces turned pale. Because looking at the horizon, there was a sea of blue. On the other side of the island, rolling ocean water rushed into the sky as if it was going to drown the entire island. In front of the ocean, countless blue giants were walking over step by step. These were the blue giants. Even someone as strong as Nan Wufenyu had to retreat from one blue giant. But there was more than one. Looking at the shoulder of the leading blue giant, a figure stood there proudly. His eyes were cold as if a king had returned. Oh my God! After seeing the blue giant clearly, the Spirit Kingdom experts were so scared that they fell to the ground. After all, they had just witnessed the blue giant's massacre a year ago. Any expert who fell into the hands of the blue giant would be killed instantly. Lin Ling, it's him. Han Xie's eyes narrowed and his body trembled with anger. Why didn't the blue giant kill Lin Ling but help Lin Ling instead? Why? This was too unfair. He was afraid that he was dreaming, so he slapped himself hard. But in the end, even though his teeth were knocked out, the illusion in front of him was real. Blue giant. Minister Ning's eyes narrowed. He had been on the island for many years, so he knew how terrifying the blue giants were. These creatures were inhumane. As long as they dared to leave the island, they would be killed without mercy. Over the years, he had tried to communicate with the blue giants, but in the end, these blue giants were like Buddha, didn't seem to be sentient and ignored him. And now, Lin Ling had actually summoned the blue giant and allowed it to land on the island. All of this was too inconceivable, too abnormal. Previously, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, it seemed that even his survival was a problem. Boom, boom. In a short period of time, the entire island was surrounded by countless blue giants. It was like an army of gods attacking a city. The Spirit Kingdom experts were silent. They were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. On the other hand, Lin Ling stood on the blue giant's shoulder and walked towards the sky. His eyes were locked on Lord Ning and Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. What an intense battle. Fortunately, I rushed over, Lin Ling said to himself. He then nodded at Treasure God Nan Wufenyu and looked at Lord Ning. Let go of Treasure God Grandpa and I'll let you leave. Let him go? Do you know how long I've been fighting with him? Now that you've let him go, all my years of effort have gone down the drain. Seeing that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, Minister Ning said in a low voice. When he first met Lin Ling in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was like a junior. Although he wasn't afraid of him, there was still a hint of respect. But now, this junior dared to confront him head-on. He wasn't any weaker than him. I've destroyed your island and caused the Spirit Nation's efforts to go down the drain. Why don't you kill me? Hearing this, Lin Ling said plainly. Now, Minister Ning was silent. He also wanted to kill, but the blue giant behind Lin Ling was glaring at him. He was afraid that before he could reach Lin Ling, he would be drowned by the blue giant. Come and kill me. Seeing that Minister Ning was silent, Lin Ling's voice became louder. Looking at him, he was no longer a junior. It was as if he was one of the 9 states' 4 great gods. You should know that if you kill Treasure God Grandpa, everyone here will die, including you. This will be a huge loss to Spirit Kingdom. You can bear the consequences. Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, Minister Ning was still silent. But he began to hesitate. In his world, Spirit Kingdom's cause was number 1. It even surpassed his own life and death. Therefore, if these people were to fall, the Spirit Kingdom would definitely suffer a loss. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain, releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Thinking of this, Lord Ning sighed. Back then, he saw that Lin Ling was talented, so he gave Lin Ling the opportunity to join Spirit Kingdom. But who knew that this tiger wasn't someone he could control? After a long sigh, Lord Ning finally nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. Yes. Treasure God Grandpa, come here. Seeing this, Lin Ling said to Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. The latter held his injured body and immediately flew towards Lin Ling. Throughout the process, Lord Ning didn't stop him. He knew that although Lin Ling was arrogant, he was also a man of principle. Since he agreed to let them go, then he would definitely do it. He meant what he said. When Lin Ling saw that Treasure God Nan Wufenyu had arrived safely, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lord Ning and said, Back then, you helped me once. Today, I'll help you once. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. After all, you should know that on this island, there is someone who I really want to kill. Lin Ling obviously noticed Han Xie. This Han Xie had devoured the evil ghost and his strength had increased greatly. This made Lin Ling feel that he was a great threat that must be eliminated. However, this time he gave Lord Ning face. After all, back in Spirit Light City, if Lord Ning had wanted to kill him, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't have been able to leave alive. After that he, Lin Ling, destroyed the awakening of Spirit Kingdom's great god. Lord Ning could have killed him, but the latter didn't. Instead, because of his greed, he missed this opportunity. But no matter what, he, Lin Ling, did owe Lord Ning a favor.